Looks like there's some seats up the back. All right, let's begin. Julian is a senior developer with over 15 years of experience in building for the web and leading front-end teams. Originally from Germany, he has been living and working in Australia for the past 10 years. Coming over from Brisbane to present an introduction to server components and the future of web rendering, please welcome Julian.
Thank you. Yes, server components and the future of web rendering, whenever that gets actually mirrored over. Cool, there we go. That's room in the back towards. Cool. Before I get started, you're going to see that slide a lot, but for good reason. A quick but huge shout out to the sponsors. Again, none of this would be possible without the sponsors. So any name on that slide, huge thank you, huge appreciation to allowing us to do these community conferences. So just a quick round of applause again for the sponsors. We're taking a break again. Also, you probably all know already, but all the sponsors also have booths around here, and there's a treasure map, so definitely make sure in between talks and in the breaks, check them out, go to their stands, and yeah. To get started, I actually want to take a few steps back and talk about innovation. And I've been thinking about this image a lot. It's from a meme that's been making the rounds like 3 or 4 years ago. It comes from an article that tried to describe how wind-powered ships are going to revolutionize the shipping industry. And the internet, the internet in good old internet fashion, took this meme or took this article and basically shredded to pieces. Of like making jokes of like wind-powered ships, what a time to be alive, and in general just making jokes about like how something like wind-powered ships, which in essence in their mind was just sailboats, which we had for thousands of years, how that could be deemed an innovation in any shape or form. And it showed a few things. It showed, for one, they definitely didn't read the article because it's not about sailboats. And it also showed, for me, it's like a more general human flaw. Like we are very tempted to, when we see an idea and it looks very similar to an old idea that we're aware of, we very quickly just put it off as like something, oh, that can't be groundbreaking, there can't be anything new in it. And We're seeing it at the moment with like the AI boom, like AI becoming so popular. All the research, all the theoretical knowledge that we have about AI, especially large language models and the models around it, that's been around for decades. That's been around for a while, and it's just now that we have the technology and we have the hardware to actually apply all of this theoretical knowledge. And that's why you see the boom over the last 2 or 3 years, where we actually started getting those iterations in and actually getting the results and feedback through real experiments that we didn't get before to actually start moving the needle on the AI trends. And the whole reason why I'm mentioning this is because I think, yeah, it's a general human flaw, but it feels more noticeable in the tech industry and even more in the front-end communities and front-end ecosystems, where, again, a lot of the time when we introduce to new paradigms, to new libraries, to new frameworks, if they basically piggyback on old ideas, we're very quick to just dismiss those ideas and say, like, you're not innovating, you're just doing old stuff. And I think server components fall into that category, where the whole point of server components is to take learnings and knowledge that we had from like how we used to build websites in the past and apply it to how we're now building websites today with all of the new challenges and new technologies that we've evolved over the last 10 to 15 years. So in this talk, I'm hoping to go through kind of what I mean with that. I want to go through what server components are, why we need them. We're going to look at some code to see, like, okay, how does it actually work? What is the difference to how we used to do things? And then I also want to compare server components to frameworks that try to do similar things, like Astra and Quick. And hopefully through that journey, this is not going to be a talk where I'm saying, like, server components are the future and you have to use them, otherwise you're stupid. I think, like with everything in life, there's going to be nuance to it. It really depends what you're building, what your team's like, what your requirements are like. I really just want to give you context on what server components are and how they work, so you can go away and make a more informed decision yourself. All right. To understand how server components work and like why we need them, I think we need to understand what problem they're solving. And to understand what problem they're solving, we need to kind of look at the evolution of web rendering, at least in a quick way in 35 minutes, to kind of see where we were coming from, how we got to where we are today, and how that problem evolved and how it's actually being fixed by server components. There's a bit of a content warning here, especially for the younger people in the audience. I am going to get nostalgic. I'm going to talk about jQuery and the good old days. Gonna try to keep it to a minimum, but I also promise it all leads to like an actual point that I'm trying to make. Okay, let's look at the history of web rendering, and let's start at the very beginning. Good old HTML. So some of us might still remember when we were literally just writing plain HTML. And that could be like literally writing static HTML files. It's the same days when we were like then just drag and drop them with our favorite FTP client on the server, called it a production deployment, and the day was done. But it could also be using a server-side language like PHP to kind of extract the redundant parts away to be able to use like external data sources like databases. But at the end of the day, for the browser, that doesn't really matter, because all the browser does is we're requesting a page from the server returns some HTML, and then the browser renders that HTML. And that's pretty much it. Like, there were much simpler times. From a developer experience perspective, that's great, because like we're really just building that HTML again with whatever language we want. We send it to the server, and we're basically done. From a user experience perspective, it was a bit lagging. For one, it only serves really static content. So like as long as you really just want static information, that's fine. But overall, there was not much dynamic. There was not much engagement with the user itself. It also had some user experience problems when it came to load times, when you were actually doing a lot of stuff on the server. So like I said, you could connect to an external data source, like a database. You could do other stuff on the server that could cause a lot of computation, and on every request, it would slow down that response time, and especially when you're navigating through a page, every time you click on a link, it goes blank. It's not ideal. It's not great. So there was definitely improvement there. So in the late 90s, early 2000s, we started introducing JavaScript, and especially around 2006 when jQuery became a thing, and technologies like Ajax, which allowed us to, on the client, even after the initial response was already sent, we could go back to the server and fetch more stuff, and basically deal with some of those UX problems that we originally had. So that's like the early 2000s when those frameworks just made it much more accessible to developers as well. JavaScript really started to boom, and basically what it did to the browser request model is we're still requesting a page from the server. The server still usually does mostly what we did before, static HTML or PHP that generates HTML. It returns that HTML, but now it also returns a JavaScript file. And then the browser loads that JavaScript file, executes that JavaScript file, and that allowed us to add what I'm going to call dynamic behaviors to your websites. So once the JavaScript is executed, some parts of your website can actually do more stuff. So dynamic behaviors, what I mean with that is stuff like event listeners, stuff like dealing with local states and manipulating the DOM on user interactions, that kind of stuff. And that's powerful, because that just gives the user a much more immersive experience. But at the time, we were also very concerned with, like, okay, what if the user doesn't have JavaScript enabled on their computer? Sounds crazy these days, but like that was an actual real concern. And so we usually were building these things in the form of progressive enhancement. Meaning, for example, with the carousel at the bottom, what we would usually do is we disable or hide the buttons with CSS, and then when the JavaScript loads in that actually adds the dynamic behavior, we would then re-enable the button with JavaScript. And in general, this was good, or better, definitely better from a user experience perspective, so we made a huge step forward. But from a developer experience perspective, we kind of took a little bit of a step back, mostly because, especially with the introduction of Ajax and now splitting the concerns around like what's coming from the server, what do we fetch from the server on the client, and all that stuff. Now the code base is suddenly split across two big parts of our stack. And it was also kind of the era of spaghetti code. I'm definitely as guilty of that as everyone else. It's when you think of jQuery, you think of spaghetti code. A big reason for that was we just didn't have the big frameworks that helped us abstract away big common problems. So basically everyone started building their own solutions from scratch, and that just ended up being quite messy. So there's a DX problem to fix. Like I said, we used that as progressive enhancement for the longest time I can remember. But the more Ajax and the more JavaScript we started introducing into our websites, the more we actually ended up with a trend that's eventually brought us to single-page applications. And that's kind of the era where, for whatever reason, collectively we decided we don't care anymore if users don't have JavaScript enabled. It's just not a thing anymore. Because now everything is JavaScript. So we're literally going to the full extreme. We're shifting from server-side rendered first and JavaScript to specifically make parts of your website dynamic, to the opposite now. The server really just gives you an empty container, usually an empty div, and a huge JavaScript file, and that JavaScript file executes and creates the DOM on the fly. That's literally also what it looks like from a rendering perspective. So if we request a website, now the server returned, the user still looks at a blank page. And now the JavaScript file runs. And the good thing is the JavaScript does the DOM on the fly, so we can already inject all the dynamic parts to it. We can inject state, we can inject event listeners. So when the website actually renders, it's ready to go. So that's great. But the initial render isn't great. So I hope you can start seeing a trend here. From a developer experience perspective, we made a huge step forward. So developer experience, we now, in JavaScript, we have good frameworks. So this is the era. Started with Angular, then React became a thing, Vue. All of these great frameworks that actually help us specifically building web applications. They're great. It's all in one code base now. But the user experience, especially at large scale, can be pretty bad. So like we made a step forward with the developer experience perspective, but a step backwards on the user experience. And that's kind of like the whole trend of these steps that we're going through here in the evolution. It's a constant tug war between finding the balance between user experience and developer experience. With all of those nice frameworks, so we realized, okay, that initial load isn't great. We probably shouldn't have gone all the way to the client. So pretty much immediately we started thinking about going back to the server. But we really wanted to keep those frameworks because, again, they're great. From a developer experience perspective, being able to still use React was kind of what we were trying to achieve. Going back to the server meant the evolution of meta frameworks like Gatsby, like Next.js, that reintroduced the concepts of server-side rendering and static site generation. And that's basically, I'm going to put them into the same bucket because they're basically doing the same, just at different times. So static site generation builds your website at build time, where server-side rendering is at request time. You have a running server. But both of them, basically what they're trying to do is take your React app and run it on a node server, and on request, you render the requested page. But you're on the server, so you're just rendering the static HTML. So you have to drop all of the dynamic parts, like the statelessness, like the state management, like the event listeners. But you can still at least return that initial HTML like we used to do with PHP in the days before. So when the server responds, we have something to render. Now, it's not interactive yet, because again, on the server, we don't have a concept of interactiveness. But we have a page that the user can start looking at. And then while we're loading the extra JavaScript, we can put in the dynamic parts. Now, the problem is, because we're still using frameworks that were originally made for client-side rendering, we basically have to rerun the whole page, like the whole React application, to create a virtual copy of the DOM on the client, to then basically hydrate the client state and put in the dynamic parts. Because React itself can be dynamic at any stage, we don't really know what parts we need to hydrate. So again, we actually have to run the whole application, create a virtual copy of the whole DOM, to then inject the dynamic parts. And like I said, this is what we call iteration. Even though we're doing server-side rendering, we can't really get around that. I hope you can see how that's like super inefficient. It also always leads to this. React developers in the room will feel the pain. But it also it highlights the problem. So we're doing the server-side rendering to get the better user experience, but at the same time, that's causing us so much pain of like then still having to deal with, okay, how do we get the dynamic stuff back into that static website? And that's essentially where server components come in. So the whole idea of server components is to be able to tell the bundler which parts of your website are static and which parts are dynamic. And then we take the static parts, and by definition we say like, okay, these only ever need to render once, because they're static. So we only render them on the server, return the static HTML, and we're basically done. And only for the dynamic parts, we actually need to include them in the client-side bundle, and they actually need to be hydrated. So if you look at, not that, if we look at the browser, we're basically getting the same thing again. So we're requesting the page, the server returns the static HTML, but now the bundle size of the client-side bundle is massively reduced because we could tell the bundler, okay, these are only the 3 components that we actually need client-side hydration for. So ideally, again, bundle size is reduced. That means JavaScript execution time is reduced. The time that it takes to actually hydrate your page is reduced. And we get the dynamic behavior into those very specific components. And if you look at that, it looks very similar to like back in the day when we rendered our page with PHP and then injected dynamic parts very specifically with jQuery, because we're going with that static first mindset and then just enhance the experience for certain components with dynamic stuff. So that's the core idea behind it. And like I said, the whole point of like reducing the hydration and increasing the page load speed is where we see the step forward in user experience. What about developer experience? For that, I actually just want to look at code, because I think it's really good to understand, okay, what actually changes if we compare it to the previous ways of doing things. So for that, I hope this works. I created a little demo app. It's a movie app because that's what everyone seems to be doing in their talks these days. It's called Netflix, and it really just, it's a very simple application. You can search for movies. It gives you a list of movies that match, hopefully, yes. And then you can click on any of those movies. And it loads it from a third-party API, and then we get some details of the movie. So that's like the title, year, when it was released, a short description, the actors, and some reviews. We also have a bit of a dynamic stuff here. So we have a like button at the top corner. If I click it, I want to persist that to the user's machine, because if I want to refresh the page, I want it to still be there. I don't really care about storing it in a database or anything, so I really just go with local storage. But it's something that actually listens to the user input, or in this case a click, and I want to persist it on the client machine. If we look at the code for this, I implemented this demo application in the different frameworks for the different stages that we just looked at. So I start with the client-side rendered application. I used Create React App for that, but it could be your Vite template or whatever else. It's just client-side rendered. That's the key point. And then I also implemented it in server-side rendering and React Server components, so we can compare what actually the difference in code looks like. In the client-side rendered application, we can see we're using React router here, nothing special, and we have those two routes for the list view and the details view. Then if we go into the details view, we can see that mainly what it's doing here is it's loading the movie details from a third-party API. This is not how you should do API calls in React. This is really just for the purpose of this demo. I tried to keep it simple. Yeah, don't use use effects for data fetching. But in this case, we fetch the movie, we then store the data in local state, and then we just pass it through to a movie details component. That movie details component, please scream if this is not large enough, by the way. I hope everyone can kind of read it. We have a bunch of third-party dependencies. So we can see we have moment.js, mostly using it to have some people in the audience scream. But also because it kind of highlights my point. You could use date FNS or day.js, whatever other library you want. The point is we have third-party dependencies that do stuff here. So we use it for date formatting somewhere down on the page. We have a markdown renderer because some of the data we get from the API is actually in markdown. So we need to transform that into HTML to be able to render it on the page. And then we have our like button here, which is like a separate component. And we can see it uses a library to do the local storage stuff. So whenever the user, it's actually a checkbox, accessibility. Whenever the checkbox changes, we want to store that new value. That's not what I wanted. New value in local storage. And that's how we persist it. So overall, like the app is pretty simple because there's not much going on, and hopefully, like you can see what's happening with like these dependencies. If we now look into the server-side rendered version, I created that with Next.js using the old Pages router. Again, this could be any other framework. It could be a Remix, it could be a Gatsby. It really doesn't matter. They all work very similarly. There's two core differences. One is those frameworks usually deal with routing for you, which might not seem relevant here, but it actually helps you automatically code split your routes and all of that kind of stuff. So we have a Pages folder, which is that file system-based routing. And then we have our details route here. And the second big difference is how the data is fetched. So instead of doing it on the client side, we actually have a get server-side props method that we can export. And that just tells Next.js on the server, when you get a request, actually do this before you return anything. So we're fetching the movie data on the server here, and then just providing it to the component that gets rendered. But other than that, you can see the movie details component is exactly the same as it was before. So we still have those third-party dependencies. We're still doing the date formatting. We're still doing the markdown and all of that stuff. Again, like button, exactly the same thing. So what is the difference then to React Server components? So again, third app, it's again using Next.js, but the new app router. So that's basically Next.js's approach to still allow people to use what they used to do in the old versions, but in the new version, anything in the app router is by default server components. And that's important because, again, it's all about the shift back to static by default, and you have to opt into dynamic behavior so that the bundler actually really knows, cool, most of the stuff I can just render once, but you tell me when I can't because it's a dynamic component, and then you put it as a dynamic client component. So if we look into this app folder, again, very similar to get to the route. And what we can see here is split it up into two components. That's mostly for that suspense boundary. That deserves a whole talk on its own. Suspense is amazing. If you don't know what it is, look it up. It's great. But the main thing that I want to show here is, again, it's all server components by default. So unless I tell it otherwise, it will treat it as a single render component, which also means we can make them asynchronous, because we don't have to care about lifecycle methods or anything that would get complex with that. So we can make it asynchronous and have our fetch movie right in the component. So that might look odd if you're not familiar with server components, but it's really handy and it's really neat from a developer experience perspective. And then I'm just passing the movie back into that movie details component. And if we click on that, it looks exactly the same. There is no difference in this component. It still has all of the third-party dependencies here, and it still just renders the page and does some stuff. So the only real difference is when we have dynamic stuff. So in these server components, like I said, they can't be dynamic. So we can't use state, we can't use effects, we can't have any event listeners, like you couldn't have an on-click on any of your diffs here. Because again, we're telling the bundler this only gets rendered on the server once. So in our like button, we do have a click handler, and we do have state, and we do want to use local storage. So we have to tell the bundler this is a client component with the use client directive. And again, that's the only difference in this file. Everything else is exactly the same. We're still setting the local storage on change and all of that stuff. But to get access to that, we have to tell the bundler this is a client component. Now, I hope we can see, cool, from a dev perspective, there's not much of a difference. If anything, being able to have asynchronous components and doing data fetching and stuff right in your component is actually pretty neat. So if anything, it's probably a better experience. So what's the difference in the actual application? For that, I want to go into the dev tools. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Hope that's big enough. And I want to do two things. I want to basically look at what is actually transferred over the network and what is bundled into our client-side bundle. And I'm running these apps in dev mode at the moment, and that actually gives us access to the node modules, which is pretty neat. So if we look here, this is the Create React App client-side rendered application. And you can see, because we're in dev mode, I can access the node modules here, and there's a lot going on. That's all being shipped just because we render that one page that has some markdown to HTML and some moment.js going on, and yeah, that's a lot. And all of that is being shipped to the client. So all of that, you have a huge JavaScript bundle, all of that needs to be parsed and executed before anything on the page can even happen. So obviously that's not great. If you remember, the whole point of then going back to server-side rendering was to give that at least initial page load to the customer or to the client more easily. If we look at the server-side rendered version, We also get access to the node modules in the sources tab, by the way, in the DevTools, in case you didn't know that. And here we can see it's the same. It's a little bit less, but that's actually just deceived because Next just takes up a big chunk of that. But we still have Merman.js going on here. We have Markdown it, and we have the local storage one. So the local storage one is actually the only thing that we really want to keep, right? The rest, we've already rendered it on the server. We already turned the Markdown into HTML on the server. We don't want that dependency here anymore. But again, the bundler doesn't know that. The bundler can't know, based on our server-side rendered components, which of these dependencies it really needs and which it doesn't. So, what does the React server components look like? If we go in here, beautiful. I hope everyone can see that. I'm excited. I hope someone else is in the room. Clap for server components. It still has Next in here because Next still needs to do its thing, so it's not as clean as like technically it could be. But it got rid of everything that we know we don't need on the client anymore, and it's only the local storage one that we do need. So this is amazing, and I hope I can't really show it in dev mode because the numbers are kind of screwed, but I hope you trust me and believe me when I say the bundle size is reduced a lot just by that. This is also where the automatic code splitting comes in the client-side rendered app. Actually, you see here is both routes are shipped as part of this, where your server-side rendered at least only ships the one route. All right, very quickly, because I think I don't know when I'm running out of time, because we started a little bit late, but I'll try to get through the end quickly also so we've got time for questions. The other thing that I want to show is how other frameworks do it. So what we've seen here with server components is called partial hydration. For obvious reasons, it's basically allowing you to not having to do a full hydration on your client rendered side, but instead you're very selective and you only partially hydrate the bits that you know are dynamic. React is by no means the first one coming up with that. So other frameworks have played with it and done it before, and there's very popular frameworks now that do partial hydration or even go a step further, what they call zero hydration, which I'm going to put huge asterisks around because there's no such thing. But let's look at two frameworks that basically go in the same direction. It's Astro and it's Quick. Quick is the one that goes with zero hydration. So let's look at Astro first. If we just open it up, again, you have a framework here, so you have pages, your routes are file-based, and then we have our details route here. And immediately you kind of see it looks different to React at least. Some of you might be familiar, even if you're not familiar with Astro, might be familiar with that kind of syntax style, because it's very close to MDX, where we kind of combined the concepts of JSX and Markdown. And what we get here is a top section. Lovely. A top section where we apparently define some stuff. Then we seem to be rendering some stuff, and that's pretty much it. What Astro does, it splits it up into what you do on your server, that's the top section, and then your rendering. And the reason why it looks like MDX is because that's actually what they started off with, just as the point of Astro in the beginning was more like a static site generation kind of thing. But they quickly realized that there's potential to actually go further and allow you to do more stuff. But the interesting part is that just the way it is split up, it is very clear to the bundler, to the developer, to whoever, what's happening on the server, what's only being executed once on request, and then what's being rendered. It's a clear split. Now, this is a static part of it. This is like our server component. But what does it look like when I actually have dynamic stuff? So let's look at the like button. And we still have the server part here. We're not actually doing much here other than loading the CSS and preparing some variables. Then we have the rendering part, which does our button stuff. If we just look at here, you see that there's no event listeners or anything going on here. That's all happening at the bottom. So some of you might be familiar with Vue or other frameworks that also do it that way. It's the split of your rendering and your client-side stuff. So again, it's very explicit. Anything that's client-side that we actually need to ship to the client, it goes into that bottom script section. And then in here, we can do whatever we want on the dynamic side of things. It is more verbose than what we've seen in the server components because it's not baked into like your React render function. So you do kind of go back to the old school, use your query selectors. If you're like me, you'd also add the $ at the beginning just to make it feel like jQuery. But essentially, it is more verbose, but at the same time, I would argue it's still very readable and very manageable. But yeah, that's the only thing that actually gets shipped to the client. And just to prove that, we can also look at the Astro version of this app. It's using Beat, so we can, I think somewhere here we have node models. No. Ah, there we go. They're a little bit hidden in the Beat thing. But basically, you can see again here, the only third-party dependency that we're really shipping is the local storage one, which is what we want because we definitely need that on the client. All right, last example is Quick. Go in here. So Quick's approach, like I said, they advertise themselves as zero hydration, which tries to take it all even a step further. How they achieve that, without going too deep into it, is by trying to make the HTML that they're shipping as resumable as possible. So you actually bake your state and everything else into the static HTML that you're shipping. The other thing that they're doing is very aggressive code splitting. And I'll show you what that means in a second. So we can, again, go to our details route. And this looks much more like React again. So the syntax is very similar. It uses JSX. You have your function, which is a component. You have hooks. So as a React developer, this might feel more familiar, and you might be more comfortable with this. But again, you have then very specific hooks and very specific props that basically tell Quick, this is client-side code. So anything in this use resource hook is client-side by definition. So the bundler knows, okay, cool, just put that into its own chunk. Again, very aggressive code splitting. Essentially, every function that you see here that gets called somewhere ends up in its own chunk. And if we go to the like button, we see the same thing happening here, the onChange, again, special syntax. But basically, all we're telling the bundler here is, this needs to run on the client, so please put that into its own JavaScript chunk and send it to the client when needed. And that looks exactly the same here. So if we look into the node modules, we see it, again, only sends the local storage thing. But what's special about this, because we're going with that heavy code splitting approach, you can even go further than just only loading the dynamic parts. You can wait for loading them when they actually need it. So in the beginning, Quick was kind of famous for, okay, any on-click functions, they only get loaded when you hover over the button and stuff, like extremely aggressive. So they rolled back a little bit from that, so they do eagerly load stuff once the network is basically free to do so. But they can still be smart about it. So they can still use intersection observer, for example, to make sure we're only loading stuff that's actually visible to the user, that they can actually interact with. And you have full control over those strategies. So if you haven't, definitely encourage you to check out Quick and frameworks like it to just see how they work and how they fit into your models of building stuff. All right. We've done that. Are server components the future? I think 100% absolutely yes, the concept of them. So the idea of, we've learned that client-side rendering leads to a lot of mess with like hydration and what's on the client, what's on the server. Server components attempt to fix that by moving us back to the static first mindset and being explicit about which parts of our websites are actually dynamic. I think that's the future. Do I think Next.js has nailed the developer experience? Absolutely not. And I think they're aware of it. I hope they're aware of it. Seeing other frameworks like Astra and Quick with the same concepts but different approaches to how to actually do it makes me really hopeful that over the next couple of years we'll actually figure out like a better and good developer experience for these kinds of things. This is a link to the GitHub repo with the slides, but also with the demo apps in the various implementations. If you want to take a picture of the QR code, there's also some social links on there. I'm not really active on socials. So. But yeah, this is all I really had. I don't know how much time we have, but I hope we have some time for questions.
We could take a couple of questions quickly. We did start a little bit late, though, so we're going to see if we can catch up a bit. Just raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question. I'll come bring you the microphone.
There's a question.
Thank you. Do you see any difference in cost of hosting because you're doing a lot of processing server side instead of doing it client side?
That's a good question. So for me, it depends on what you're currently doing. So compared to server-side rendering, I would not expect it to go up higher because you were already doing the computation on the server. You just did it additionally on the client as well. So you're basically just cutting that out. So yeah, if you compare to just client-side rendered and what you deployed so far is just putting like the index HTML in a S3 bucket or something, then yeah, you will definitely have like that additional part. What's worth mentioning though is server components, in my opinion, are really poorly named. You don't have to run a server necessarily. So it's similar to the server-side rendered and static site generation. Like server components can be used for static site generation. And again, it just tells the bundler, cool, just don't put that into the client-side bundle. So you can still pre-render at build time, have your static files, but your static files with the JavaScript that's being shipped is going to be much smaller. The other thing worth mentioning here is compared to server-side rendering, I'm using Next as my example. Other frameworks are very similar. Next.js with server-side rendering, again, because any component can actually be dynamic and can use the stuff that you inject in the server-side rendering, so in our case, the data fetching, right? It injects that as JSON into your website. So the response load from a server-side rendered website is actually pretty large, whereas server components don't do that. So again, you reduce the amount of traffic if that's like a concern as part of it. Computation, you will definitely have on the server if you run a server. Does that answer the question? There's another.
Yeah, I think we're running out of time.
Okay.
So
just hit me up separately. I'm
see Julian during one of the breaks.
I'm very happy to talk outside of this. So just hit me up.
Thank you, Julian. Okay, next in this room we have Story Point Suck, exploring a unique approach to estimation. managing consultant at Telstra Purple with nearly 20 years in the software industry. He's a passionate software developer who loves building awesome, high-performing teams. When he's not working, you'll find him looking for something new to learn. Murray will be presenting Story Points Suck, exploring a unique approach to estimation. Please make him feel welcome.
Thanks, Wes, and thanks everyone for joining today. Before we get started, I just want to take a quick moment just to say thanks to all our wonderful sponsors that we've got here. Without them, none of today wouldn't be possible, as well as to all the volunteers as well for giving up their time to make this day the success that it's been. So, story points. Now, as far back as I can remember, I've always used story points to do estimation. It's kind of like that de facto way that we've got in Scrum. And so, it was about 4 or 5 years ago, I was on a project that had quite a tight deadline. And the stakeholders used to come to me and say, like, are we going to make it? Do we have enough time? And so I done what we normally do. You look at your backlog size in terms of total points, you work out your average velocity, divide the two, and you get some sort of an answer. But for me, I never felt confident in those answers that I got. Because there's so many things that we weren't accounting for. People could be sick, stories could take longer than expected, bugs could crop up. There were all these things that we didn't take into account, like I said. And so about 1.5 years ago, I came across the concept of flow metrics. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. Now, there's 4 main sections I'll go through. The first is the history of story points. We'll then take a look at some of the principles of forecasting. And then looking at those principles, we'll then look at how we can predict when all our work will be done. Then lastly, we'll take a look at how we know we can actually trust our forecasts. And so, without further ado, let's take a step back and look at the history of story points. Now, Ron Jeffries has often been credited as the creator of story points, and he was from the Extreme Programming Group. And what they'd done there was they came up with the concept of ideal time. Now, what ideal time is the amount of time that a piece of work would take with no distractions, no disruptions, no meetings, nothing like that. And so if a story took an ideal time of 1 day, they would multiply it by some sort of a factor, say for example 2. And so that piece of work would then take about 2 days. Now, where this caused a bit of confusion was with the stakeholders, because to them it seemed like they were padding out that time. And so what Warren done there was he switched the word ideal days to points. And so now if you have a story point of 1, it would take you about 2 days. Now, I think it was in 2019, Ron was having a chat with one of his colleagues, and he actually wrote a blog about this, and where his colleague asked him, does he ever regret creating story points? And his answer was that besides them being misused, using them to predict when we will be done is at best a weak idea. And so essentially what we have here is the creator of story points telling us that we probably shouldn't be using them. So with that, I just want to take a little look at some of the problems with story points. The first is that it causes stakeholder confusion. Now, I'm a consultant and I go to many gigs, and sometimes we go to clients that never heard of Scrum before or any of these agile practices. And yet we come to them with all these terms like relative complexity and story points. And that just goes way over their head. Because at the end of the day, all they want to know is when will the work be done. The second point is that there's a disparity between points and time. And I'll show you a little example of this afterwards, but from my observations, there's very little correlation between the story point size and the time that it takes. The third thing is that we know we shouldn't use it as a team comparison metric, but often it is. And that's what maybe the high-level execs and stuff sometimes do. And then lastly, it's hard to estimate the unknown. You know, I don't know about you, but I've been in countless story estimation sessions where, you know, we have people estimating 3, 5, 5, 3, and then there'll be some person saying 13. And you ask that person, why the 13? You know, to try and understand if you're missing any sort of information there. And most often they'll say, well, I just didn't know. You know, I've been there countless of times, and the reason is it's hard. You don't know what's involved sometimes. Now, looking at that second point there, the disparity between points and time, I've got this graph here that I want to talk about. So this is some real-world data that we've got, and on the left-hand side, you can see the sprints, and at the bottom, we've got the story points. Now, this data has been aggregated to sprints, so maybe not 100% accurate, but I think it represents what I'm trying to demonstrate quite well. In the sense that, you know, we've got some stories over here that are one-pointers that take 1, 2, or 3 sprints. And then you've also got some 13-pointers there that can take 1, 2, 3, or 4 sprints. Now, if you look on that far right-hand side, you can see there's actually one 28-pointer that took 2 sprints to complete. The same amount as 2 1-pointers. So very little correlation between, like I said, the points and the time that it takes. Now, I want to run a bit of an experiment. I want you to work out how long it takes you to get to work. So on the left-hand side here, we've got the days. That home icon's the time you leave for work, and the office is the time you arrive at the office. Now, what many of you will probably do is you'll look at that first line there and say that's about 70 minutes, plus 30 minutes, plus 20 minutes, 120 minutes divided by 3, about 40 minutes. Now, interestingly enough, 40 minutes doesn't ever come up in that sample set that we've got here. But more importantly, we have taken a deterministic approach to estimation. And we've just discounted a whole bunch of variables, such as the traffic, the weather. You could have got a flat tire. All those things have been discarded to give you that single point answer. But more importantly, what's actually happened here is that we have fallen into the flaw of averages. Now, The Flaw of Averages is a book written by Dr. Sam Savage, and in that book he goes into a whole bunch of reasoning as to why we should never use averages to do any sort of forecasting. And he gives a whole bunch of examples and proofs and so forth like that, but there's a quote from the book that I think summarizes it quite well. And what it says is that plans based on average are wrong on average. And so, like I said, he gives lots of examples in the book, but there's two that kind of stood out for me, and I want to take you through those right now. The first is, imagine Bill Gates walks into a bar. On average, everyone in that bar is a billionaire. Now, that statement is wrong for 99% of all those people. And the reason for that being is that because we've got such an extreme outlier, that skews those average results quite significantly. Now, that second example is, imagine we've got 9 people coming to a meeting, and each person's got about 50% chance of arriving on time. What is the likelihood that everyone will actually be on time? Now, many of you may be thinking, well, it's probably around 50%. And in actual fact, it's somewhere around 0.002%. And you may be thinking, wait, well, how does that work? Well, imagine it this way. Imagine you take a coin. You flip that coin, it lands on heads, they arrive on time. It lands on tails, they don't. What you have to do is flip that coin 9 times in a row to land on heads, which in mathematical terms is 0.5 to the power of 9, which gives you 0.002%. So essentially very, very little chance of that happening. So now that we've seen about some of the flaws that you can have in averages, how do we actually go about doing any sort of forecasts? Well, in order to do that, we need to look at the National Weather Service. So what we've got over here is an image of Tropical Storm Sandy. And what the National Weather Service do is they'll give a prediction of where they think that that storm's going to go. But what you'll also see is that they give this cone around it. And what that says is that that storm could actually land up anywhere within that range there. Because there's so many different variables, that need to be taken into account. The weather, the ocean currents, the temperature, all those things affect that prediction. So they give that cone around there. The second thing that they do is that they give continuous forecasts. They don't just give that initial forecast and say, cool, we're going home now, we've done our job now. As soon as they get new information, they forecast again and again and again. And so, interesting enough, if we look at this image here, what actually happened is that that storm went off and veered and hit the east coast of America and caused about $65 billion worth of damage. Now, luckily, because the National Weather Service was doing their continuous forecasting, countless of lives were saved. But things could have been quite different. And so, looking at this leads us to our two principles of forecasting. The first one is to think probabilistically and not deterministically. So what I mean by that is whenever we give a forecast, we need to give a range of options as well as a likelihood. If we ever see that single point prediction, we know that a deterministic approach has been taken and a whole bunch of variables have been discarded. The second point is we need to reforecast with new information. So just like the National Weather Forecast, again and again, new information comes in, we reforecast. And we work in agile environments all the time. Things change around us all the time. We should be as well doing continuous forecasting, not one-off forecasting. So now that we've seen those principles, let's start looking at how we can apply it to the software development world. And I'm going to show you a whole bunch of graphs and charts now. But in order to generate any of these charts, there's just one thing you need to measure. And that is your cycle time. Now, for those of you that don't know, your cycle time is the amount of work that it takes from when a piece of work starts until it completes. That's essentially your cycle time. Now, many of the tools that we use, Jira, DevOps, capture this information automatically for us. So there's no real work that we need to do on our side here. And once we start capturing that cycle time, the first chart that we can start generating is called the scatter plot diagram. Now, what you can see is on the left-hand side, we have the cycle time in days. We've got some dates at the bottom, and we've got some percentages on the right. Now, I'll talk about those percentages soon enough, but what these dots mean on the graph, those are the story points that have been completed. So if you see a dot with a number inside, say for example 2 stories completed on that time. So looking at the 29th of May there, we can see that there was one story that took 9 days to complete. And if we go a bit further up, there was another story that took 28 days to complete. Now, those percentages on the right there, those are called our percentile lines. And those are the most common that you'll probably find in flow metrics. And what that means is that 50% of our stories took 9 days or less to complete. And similarly, 85% of our story took 16 days or less to complete. Now, just by looking at this graph now, once a story's been refined in our system, if a stakeholder comes to me and says, Amara, how long is it going to take for a story to complete? I can tell them, well, 16 days or less if we're aiming for that 85th percentile, without doing any sort of magic. Now, if you remember that first principle of forecasting, we need to have a range of possibilities as well as that likelihood. We've got the range, 0 to 16 days, and the likelihood, 85%. So that's that first principle of forecasting that we're adhering to. Now, as a team, you'll choose one of these percentile lines that you're going to aim for. And so, for example, in this scenario, and all the future examples I'll talk about, we're going to aim for the 85th percentile. Now, there's a few things I just want to call out here is we've got some stories there that are around the 40-day mark. And if you remember back to our Bill Gates example, those are the extreme outliers. Now, what happens with percentile lines is that when you've got extreme outliers like that, those lines will jump up, but by just a tiny amount. And so they're not severely affected by outliers like we saw in averages. Now, there's one thing I want to talk about right now. And because of this chart, what this means is that you don't need to estimate stories. And this may sound a bit confusing, but what you'll actually do is in your sprint estimation sessions, what you'll do is you'll go in there, you'll pick a story off the backlog, and you'll chat to the team and say, do we believe that we can get this story done in 16 days or less? And the reason I said 16 is because that's the 85th percentile that we're aiming for. So whatever your percentage is that you're aiming for, that's what you would use there. If the team says yes, cool, we can move it on to the sprint. If not, what do we need to do to break it down so that each of those pieces can be done in 16 days or less? So the one thing I also want to call out is that that scatter plot diagram shows us the historical view, because work will only show up on there when it's complete, because it's, the cycle time has been measured. But how do we look at the current work that we're doing? And in order to do that, we need to look at the aging work in progress chart. Now, this chart over here looks very similar to the one before. We've got those days, aging days, and we've got those percentile lines. And in fact, those exact values are copied directly from the scatter plot and imposed on here. At the bottom, we don't have those dates anymore, but we've got our workflow process. So whatever your process is, if you've got dev testing done, that's what you would have at the bottom there. And now, those dots again represent stories, but this time those stories are in progress. So if, for example, we look at that test in active column, we can see that we've got 3 stories that are currently sitting at about 14 days. Now, where this chart becomes extremely useful is during your stand-ups, because you can look at this chart over here and you can identify which items are at risk of breaching that 85th percentile, and that's what we're using. Whatever percentile you choose, you would use that. And as a team, you would work out what do we need to do to make sure that it doesn't go over that 85th percentile. Now, it may mean that we need to break down that work even further. If there's some sort of blocker, it needs to be escalated. If we've got some sort of, we may need to storm it as a team, but whatever options you come up as a team, try and implement those to get that there. Because if you can keep it under that percentile line that you've chosen, that will give you your biggest bang for buck in creating a stable system. And if you can create a stable system, as we'll see a bit further, we know that we can trust our predictions. Now, the one thing I want to call out is that there's still a 15% chance that we could go over, 16 days. And it's going to happen. These things are bound to, not everything's within our control. But when that does happen, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't try to continue to try and bring that age down, to try and complete it as soon as possible. Don't just let it sit there and age. Still continuously work at trying to get that done as quick as you can. So we've seen how that scatter plot diagram can show us the historical view, and the aging work in progress can show us the work that we're currently doing. Let's now take a look at how we can predict, when the work will be done. And in order to do that, we need to look at Monte Carlo simulation. So for those of you that don't know, Monte Carlo is a probabilistic framework where we've got a series of inputs that we'll generate a model from. Now, the important part with Monte Carlo is that the more inaccurate the data is that you put in, the more inaccurate the data is that you're going to get out. And so I just want to draw your attention here to those dice that we've got over there. And those are all the possible combinations of rolling 2 die. So the only way you get a total of 2 is by rolling a 1 and a 1. And similarly, the only way of getting a value of 3 is by rolling a 1 and a 2 and a 2 and a 1. And so you kind of get the idea, and that's what it kind of looks like over there. Now, the first thing that you'll notice probably is that the highest chance of, of Rodin to die is a 7. But in actual fact, there's only about a 16% chance of you Rodin a 7. So even though it's the most likely option, it's actually not very likely. Now, again, I want to run a bit of an experiment with you, and what we're going to do now is roll 2 die, and if the total lands up on 3, we'll increment the column by 1, or the column 3 by 1, the histogram there. And so what we start to see here is that this graph doesn't actually look like we saw before. We don't have that histogram value that we're expecting, that nice bell curve. And we've got more 3s than 4s, more 12s than 11s. Things aren't matching up there. And the thing I want to talk about Monte Carlo is that you need to run this process tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of times before you get that stable graph that you've got there. So running the same simulation now with 5,000 rolls, what you'll start to see is that over time, that graph starts to stabilize. And we've seen that bell curve. Now, like I said, you can run this 100,000 times. Now, if you run it 100,000 or 1,000,000 times, sometimes you'll see there's no difference in here. That graph's pretty much stabilized. So you don't need to do those extra 900,000. There's going to be some sort of a limit where you don't need to do it anymore. And so with that, let's now take a look at the basic flow of Monte Carlo. So like I said, with Monte Carlo, we're going to have a set of inputs. From those inputs, we're going to randomly select a value. And with that value, we're going to perform some sort of a function on it. We're going to take that answer and plot it on a histogram. Repeat this process tens, hundreds of thousands of times, and you'll get your graph. So let's take this basic flow and look at how we can answer when will all the work be done. And so what we'll do here is we'll have our input data, which is, we've got the 1st of Feb. Oh, sorry, this is our throughput. So on the 1st of Feb, we had 1 story complete, 2nd 0, 3rd 2, and so forth. What we'll then do is randomly select a value from that. Say, for example, 1. So let's assume we've got 100 stories that we need to complete. We'll say 100 stories, and we'll randomly select the 1st of Feb, which is 1 story. We'll say 100 minus 1 gives us 99. We then take that and we go again, we choose another random value. Say this time 2. We say 99 minus 2 gives us 97. We repeat this process until we have 0 stories left. And then we measure the number of iterations. So say, for example, it took 15 iterations to complete. We then increment the 15 histogram column by 1. Repeat this process tens, hundreds of thousands of times, and you'll land up with a graph that looks like this. So what we've got here is you can see that we've got a first thing, those same percentile lines that we've always seen before, those crop up again. But if we were to read this, it says that we've got a 50% chance of completing 40 stories by the 28th of Feb. And similarly, we've got an 85% chance of completing 40 stories by the 12th of March. And so if you think back to that first principle of forecasting, a range of possibilities from today to the 28th of Feb, as well as the likelihood, we've got that 50% there. That's that first principle of forecasting. Now, where this chart becomes extremely useful is if you've got quite a tight deadline, you may want to aim for that 95th percentile. You want to try and be as accurate as possible. But always just be careful. There's still a 5% chance that you could still go over there. If you've got more risk, maybe you aim for the 70th. But this gives you that opportunity to talk to stakeholders and see what level of risk they're willing to take, in order to, if we're going to meet that deadline or not. Now, there's variation of this story, of this graph, and that answers the question of how many stories can be done. And so what you'll see, this looks very similar to the graph before, except those percentile lines are now inverted. And the way you read this graph is that you've got a 95% chance of completing 52 stories in 30 days. And as we go further along to the right, the number of stories increases, so the likelihood of us of completing all those stories decreases. Now, where this particular chart becomes useful is during your sprint planning, because you can work out how many stories you need to do in the next 2 weeks. Run the simulation for 2 weeks, and you can see, cool, we can do about 8 stories in the next 2 weeks. Now, one thing that may be on your mind is like, surely we're going to need a lot of data for this. But in actual fact, you only need about 4 weeks worth of data. And the reason for that is from Douglas Hubbard's book, How to Measure Anything. And in that book, he talks about the rule of 5. And applying the rule of 5 to this, you get about 4 weeks. So just within that short period, you can actually start getting predictions. Now, like I said, you probably captured all states in Jira DevOps. Whatever you're using, it's already captured there. So you've probably got a good chunk of data there ready to start working with. So now that we've seen how we can predict both when all the work be done, as well as how many items can be done, let's look at how we can trust our forecasts. Because like I said, with Monte Carlo, if we can trust our inputs, we can trust our outputs, and our outputs are our forecasts. And in order to do that, we need to look at Little's law. So Dr. Little was a professor who studied queuing theory. And if you think about it, the software development process that we've got is essentially a queue. We've got work that goes into design, into to do development testing done. It's a queuing process that we've got there. And so Dr. Little came up with his law, which proves stability. And what I'm going to show you here is his law applied for the software development world. And what it says is that the average cycle time is equal to your average work in progress divided by your average throughput. Now, I'm not going to focus too much on this right now, because what's more important is the assumptions of Little's law. Because just like with any mathematical proof, there's a set of assumptions that need to be in place for that law to be withheld. And so what we'll be actually doing is using the assumptions of Little's law to verify stability. And there's 5 of those that I'll touch on now, but I just want to take a quick sidestep to talk about the properties of cumulative flow diagrams. And the reason for that is that we can actually get a lot of information from this to help us answer those questions, is if we're stable or not. So for those of you that don't know, cumulative flow diagrams, each of those color bands represents a stage in your process. So, the first one would be to do, then development, testing done, whatever. Whatever your process is, each one of those color bands represents that step. Now, that first line that we've got at the top is the arrivals. That's work coming into your system. And similarly, that bottom line are your departures. That's work that's been done, that's exiting your system there. Now, if we look at the horizontal distance between 2 points, what that will tell us is the approximate average cycle time. So that's actually quite interesting. By just looking at that distance there, we can get a very rough idea of how long stories took at that particular point in time. Now, if we look at that vertical distance, that will give us the total work in progress at that point. And so with the arrivals, if you look at the angle that the arrivals are at, that's the average arrival rate. And if we look at the angle of the departures, that's the average departure rate. So with that in mind, let's now take a look at the first assumption of Little's law. And what it says is that the average arrival rate should match the average departure rate. Now, if you think back to those cumulative flow diagram, those were those 2 lines there. And so if those 2 lines are parallel, we know that we're adhering to that first law. However, if either one of those deviates one way or the other, we know that we're either pulling work too fast into the system or work's getting completed too slowly. And so out of interest, this is one of the main reasons why in Kanban you limit your work in progress to get that steady work, flow of work through your system there. Now, the second assumption is to finish all work that started. And you may think this sounds a bit strange, but there are going to be scenarios where you start on a piece of work and a day into it you realize, hey, we actually don't need to do this because the process that the direction that your business is taken is different, or there may be another piece of work that makes this piece of work invalid. And your natural inclination for this may be to just delete that piece of work and remove it off your backlog. But what you actually want to do is just move it through your stages and mark it as done. And it'll jump off your aging work in progress and into your scatter plot. Now, what's probably going to have happened there is that piece of work completed much sooner than actually anticipated. And so what's going to happen with those percentile lines is they're going to jump down, but by just a tiny amount. And scenarios like this are going to happen. It's okay, we can't prevent everything. But what you don't want is for this to become a continuous thing, because those tiny adjustments over time will start to add up. And so, when these scenarios happen, it's probably a good point in your retrospective to talk about and see how you can try and prevent this from happening again. Now, the third assumption is that the work in progress should be constant. Now, if you remember correctly, that work in progress was that vertical distance on that graph. And if we have our arrival and departure rates matching, that vertical distance is pretty much constant. So if we get the first assumption, we kind of get the third assumption for free. The fourth assumption is that the average age of work in progress should be constant. Now, what I mean by this is, imagine you're working on a piece of work and it's that extreme outlier, 40 days, it's sitting at the top there. The average age of those items in your aging work in progress chart are going to be much higher than expected. The good news though is that when that piece of work finishes, it's going to move off your aging work in progress, and that average age will probably go back down to normal, but onto your scatter plot. And just like we saw in that second assumption, your percentile lines are going to shift up, but by just a tiny amount. And scenarios like this are going to happen. There's nothing we can do. But again, you just don't want those things to become a continuous trend that you've got. And the fifth and final assumption is that to use consistent units. And what I mean by that is if you start measuring in days, you forecast in days. You don't measure in days, forecast in sprints, and talk to stakeholders in months. Use one consistent unit throughout. And so, to recap, I want to remind you that we should never use averages to do any sort of forecasting. By doing that, we're given that single point answer that eliminates a whole bunch of variables, and we fall into that flaw of averages. Instead, we need to think probabilistically to give a range of options as well as a likelihood. And in the software development world, in order to generate all those graphs and charts, we just need to measure our cycle time. And from that, we can generate our first graph, which is a scatter plot, which gives us a single item forecasts and shows us that historical view of data. We can also use the aging work in progress to identify items that are at risk. Which ones do we need to work on as a team? Because if you can prevent them from going over that 85th percentile, whatever you've chosen, that will give you your biggest bang for buck in creating that stable system. And then we can then use Monte Carlo to predict both when will all the work be done, as well as how many items can be done. But remember with Monte Carlo is that the more inaccurate the data is that you put in, the more inaccurate the results will be. And in our case, those results are forecasts. So if we can ensure that our input data is stable, we can trust our forecasts. And in order to do that, we can use the assumptions of Little's law to ensure stability. And so in closing, I want to remind you that it's today's actions that impacts tomorrow's predictability. It's not a question of whether you're predictable or not, but more about what actions are you doing today to become more predictable tomorrow. Thank you very much. I've got a link to a blog post that I've written up here that contains, I suppose there's a few books I've listed inside there, and the first one is a free ebook written by Daniel Vacante and Will Steele, and that's actually quite a good resource. If you want to get started using this process in your Scrum teams, it gives you quite a good detailed process of how it actually works and how you'd implement it there. There's also another ebook there that I've listed, When Will It Be Done? That's by Daniel Vacante as well. It's a large portion of this talk was based off the information that he gave there. Very detailed, much more detail than I've gone into here. So if you want to dig a bit deep into flow metrics, would highly recommend that book there. And then I've also got a list to the tool that I've used in order to generate all these graphs and charts in a real project. So you can obviously do those graphs and charts in Excel, but the tool gives you a lot more flexibility and allows you to tweak a lot more variables and do a lot more than I've actually shown you here. So yeah, so, and if you need to reach out to me, my contact details on the blog, but you can also reach out to me on Twitter, LinkedIn. So yeah, do we have time for questions? Cool.
Just raise your hand. You'd like to ask a question, bring your microphone.
How have you found stakeholders taking the percentage or the probability factor? Because I know some stakeholders that would definitely be all maybe wishy-washy.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I've run into is that when you give that, even that percentage, it kind of gets ignored, and it's like, oh, it's on the 13th of May. Like that's like, you know, I think most of us are probably used to, cool, that's the date that it's going to happen on. You know, on the previous project I was on, we started to forecast, and I can't remember what the forecast was. Say it was like a 10th of July. We actually finished a few weeks before, and they're like, but you finished before. And like, yeah, because, you know, it could be this date or any time before, depending on all the variables that happen. And again, people are used to having that as that finite date. I think that's the biggest thing that I've run into, is to try and change that mindset around that. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah. So what I didn't show you here is that when you generate those graphs of how much work you can do, you need to choose an input set of data that you've got. Like I said, with Monte Carlo, you need input data. So, you know, if for example, you jumping from a 6-person team to an 8-person team, ideally what you'd look for is, you know, find a spot in time where you had an 8-person team, like in your historical data, and use that. Or similarly, if you're dropping from a 6 to a 5, find a portion like that, or where people went on leave for a large amount of time. If you don't have that data, you know, you're going to have to, I suppose, lean on a bit of gut intuition. The one thing I want to call out is this process isn't perfect, but I think it's a lot more stable and a lot more scientific than what we've got with story points there. So there are going to be scenarios that crop up like that. That's like, you need to use a bit of intuition around that. Yeah.
We're live streaming, so we need the questions to be on the microphone. So just raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question.
Should I go? Thanks, Mara. It's a really good conversation. How do the types of work impact your flow? So the thing that crops up for me is dependencies. So how does that feature in this, or does it kind of just come out in the wash?
I think what you need to do with the dependencies is try and eliminate them, because you're trying to keep that work item age down as much as possible. And typically, in my I suppose experience, is that when you've got dependencies, that causes that work item age to increase quite a bit, and that's when you get those outliers. That's what I've seen personally. So if you can eliminate those beforehand, I think that's always ideal, and it's the best thing that you can do. Again, things are going to crop up that are out of your control, and like I said, you know, you're aiming for that 8th percentile. There's still going to be 15% of those times where, you know, stuff happens that you can't account for, but you still try and manage those dependencies while it's in flight then, and try and bring it down as quick as you can. Cool.
Yeah, with the existing tools like Jira and DevOps, etc., there's obviously really good tooling and charts and everything for the existing, processes of story points, etc. With what you've shown here today, is there any sort of standard tooling available, or how do you go about that?
So in Jira and DevOps, you don't get any of this stuff. And I know Jira's got some charts and stuff, maybe not 100% what we're looking for here. So there's a tool called Actionable Agile, which you can import all your data from Jira or DevOps, or you can have it pull data automatically from those environments for you, and then it generates all those charts and drafts. There's another one called Nave, I think, as well, that does this for you. I've used Actionable Agile, and that data is all stored locally on your machine. They don't store anything on their server, so if you're worried about security and privacy concerns, it does everything on local storage in the browser. So it calculates all that stuff, and next time you open up, you've got to re-import it. Well, it's a quick one-click button thing, but you've got to re-import it because it doesn't save that data anyway. I would look at one of those two tools because there's nothing out the box out of Jira and DevOps for this, yeah.
Was there one more?
Hi. How do you find this process for retrospective analysis on how past progress has gone?
What do you mean by that, sorry?
Oh, so sometimes with a lot of our current tooling, we could look at we'll have a sprint retrospective, past 2 weeks, we went through this many points, etc. In this sort of challenging that norm, how would you go about looking at past performance and analyzing using this framework?
Yeah. So like I said, you're going to choose a percentile, say for example, the 85th percentile. And in this example, I had 16 days. And what you're going to try and do is try and bring that down as much as possible. Now, there's going to be some sort of a limit. So, one thing I also didn't actually mention was that when you create these stories, you want to create them as small as possible to bring down that 85th percentile. Because if you can get those lines, that 95th, 85th, 70th, and 50th, as close as possible, you'll have a really stable system and your predictions will be really good. It takes work to get there though. So to try and keep your work item age down as much as possible, that's what we used to look at in our retrospectives. It's like, cool, did it go up the sprint? Did it go down? What happened here? What can we look at going forward in order to, I suppose, improve in that sense there?
Anybody else?
Just on that point, it seems to me that the consistent story sizing is pretty critical to this process. Is that right?
It does influence the outcome, but it's actually quite minimal. There's bigger factors at play. If you read Daniel Vacanti's book, he actually goes into a lot of detail. Is more interested about right-sizing stories than having the same size stories, because if you can get them within, for example, 0 to 16 days. There's still variability in the process. I think it's got to do, I can't remember the guy's name. There's a law around that, a proof that he talks about in the book there. I can't remember offhand, but it's more about getting the stories right size as opposed to same size, because you'll never get them the same size. That's pretty much impossible.
All right, excellent. Let's give it another thank you to Maro. We have lunch up next, and I guess you can find him if you have anything more. Thank you.
Not sure if you've heard, but at Bank West, we're on a mission to become Australia's favourite digital bank and to make banking seriously uncomplicated. Imagine digital banking so simple, it makes sense to everyone, no matter who they are or where they are.
That means me.
We know that uncomplicated doesn't just happen, it's made. Not by a company or one individual or even a bot. It's made through our curiosity, honesty, and desire for change.
In other words, it's made by us.
We know becoming the favourite isn't easy. But when you're making a difference for customers, colleagues, and the community, when you feel like you're learning and growing and your ambition is matched, well then, it's all worth it.
The truth is, Australians deserve easy, useful banking experiences. This mightn't sound like a big thing, but for us, it's everything.
It would take all of us working together
to make something we're all proud of.
And that's why we need brilliant people like you.
Bank West, made by us.
MakerX is an award-winning research and development studio, building digital products and high-growth ventures at the frontier of technology. Our team of 40 experts, including 10 former CXOs, brings a wealth of industry insight and advanced expertise, including AI, Web3, and venture building. Combining an extensive library of robust technology building blocks, an entrepreneurial culture, and a proprietary R&D framework, we create groundbreaking products, open new markets for corporations, and optimize existing businesses. For those brave enough to do what's never been done, get in touch to discuss how MakerX can drive your business forward. For inventors passionate about fearless exploration and bold experimentation, MakerX offers a vibrant, inclusive environment where innovation and continuous learning are core principles. Here at MakerX, you'll work on transformative projects ranging from virtual machine compilers to nonprofit mental health apps. Join us to help invent the future and make a meaningful impact in the digital world. MakerX, made for tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStax, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We are here to make it 100 times easier and faster for developers to build GenAI and RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation, apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production. DataStax offers a one-stop GenAI stack and data API that gives developers all the data to build a complete RAG app for a faster and easier path to production. We've also added Langflow, making it easy for developers to build one-click RAG at scale, with an open-source visual RAG framework with drag-and-drop data flows and pre-built components for connecting to any API, data source, or database, one-click deployment, and seamless integration with AstraDB for more relevant answers with ultra-low latency, giving you 20% higher relevance, 9 times more throughput, and 74 times faster response time at 80% better TCO. DataStax delivers a RAG-first developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners. So we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Why is Mandel Group such a great place to be? Gee, that's hard. Where do you start?
Immediately what comes to mind is the people. Might sound like a cliche thing to say, but genuinely I believe that we've got the best people, not only technically and from a consulting perspective, but just generally as people.
Mantle Group principle that resonates most with me. I smile because there's a few. Look, they actually all resonate with me, but I would say in it together.
Love what you do and be awesome at it. In my mind, people are at their most productive and engaged and enjoy their work the most when they're doing something that they're passionate about.
The Mantle Group principle that resonates most for me is make good choices. It's the fundamental one that sits almost underneath the other principles and allows us to use those principles to make our decisions and how we work.
Make good choices. I love this one because it's around treating people as an individual and trusting them to make a choice that's right for them.
We're close to 1,000 people now, and we still are able to be principle-based where our team genuinely make good decisions and use their principles to guide themselves.
Mantle Group principles enable me to be more me at work.
We're breaking the mould and ensuring that we create an experience for people that is unique to them and really redefines what work means for people.
The world is changing fast. In the new world of business, the fast and the agile will thrive, while the slow and the inflexible will be left behind. To compete, you know that digital transformation is a must. You must leverage the cloud. You must turn to methodologies like DevOps. You must innovate software at blazing fast speed. It's a lot of musts. Thankfully, there's Tricentis. We accelerate digital transformation with the most comprehensive continuous testing platform. From the best in-class test automation and test data management to industry-leading performance testing, system simulation, and risk-based testing. With the power of AI, you can rapidly design, automate, and orchestrate virtually any type of test for your business to accelerate software delivery. Built for enterprise scale, it increases speed, reduces costs, and decreases risk. So you can release software faster, fund new growth initiatives, and be even more confident in your success. And when that happens, you bring new products to the market faster, speed innovation, and create more fiercely loyal customers than you ever imagined. It's no wonder that companies like McKesson, Dell, and Mercedes-Benz turn to Tricentis to accelerate their digital transformation. Tricentis. Speed changes everything.
Go.
It's always about the people. Yeah, it's always about the people you work with.
I see the company's commitment to its employees, the commitment to the community, and that feel there's a ton of opportunity for support and empowerment here.
It makes me really proud to say that I work for Woodside. I can see the contributions that they make to our community, right from the nippers all the way through to the community associations.
You have that accessibility to leadership, and I feel as if my view and my contributions are valid.
It's the fact that it's a very reliable company, and our customers value that reliability. They value energy security. They need it.
There's so many conveniences and comforts that we enjoy today that we expect to be there tomorrow. Whether it's preparing a meal, charging your mobile phone, Woodside's ability to provide reliable forms of energy really allows us to help people access a better quality of life.
We play quite an important part in everyone's life, and that's quite special. And I'm quite proud that I get the chance to work for a gas plant like this.
Not sure if you've heard, but at Bankwest, we're on a mission to become Australia's favourite digital bank and to make banking seriously uncomplicated. Imagine digital banking so simple, it makes sense to everyone, no matter who they are or where they are.
That means me.
We know that uncomplicated doesn't just happen, it's made. Not by a company or one individual or even a bot. It's made through our curiosity, honesty, and desire for change.
In other words, it's made by us.
We know becoming the favourite isn't easy, but when you're making a difference for customers, colleagues, and the community, When you feel like you're learning and growing and your ambition is matched, well then, it's all worth it.
The truth is, Australians deserve easy, useful banking experiences. This mightn't sound like a big thing, but for us, it's everything.
It would take all of us working together
to make something we're all proud of.
And that's why we need brilliant people like you.
Bankwest, made by us.
MakerX is an award-winning research and development studio, building digital products and high-growth ventures at the frontier of technology. Our team of 40 experts, including 10 former CXOs, brings a wealth of industry insight and advanced expertise, including AI, Web3, and venture building. Combining an extensive library of robust technology building blocks, an entrepreneurial culture, and a proprietary R&D framework, we create groundbreaking products, open new markets for corporations, and optimize existing businesses. For those brave enough to do what's never been done, get in touch to discuss how MakerX can drive your business forward. For inventors passionate about fearless exploration and bold experimentation, MakerX offers a vibrant, inclusive environment where innovation and continuous learning are core principles. Here at MakerX, you'll work on transformative projects ranging from virtual machine compilers to non-profit mental health apps. Join us to help invent the future and make a meaningful impact in the digital world. MakerX, made for tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStax, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We are here to make it 100 times easier and faster for developers to build GenAI and RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation, apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production. DataStax offers a one-stop GenAI stack and data API that gives developers all the data to build a complete RAG app for a faster and easier path to production. We've also added Langflow, making it easy for developers to build one-click RAG at scale, with an open-source visual RAG framework with drag-and-drop data flows and pre-built components for connecting to any API, data source, or database, one-click deployment, and seamless integration with AstraDB for more relevant answers with ultra-low latency, giving you 20% higher relevance, 9 times more throughput, and 74 times faster response time at 80% better TCO. DataStax delivers a RAG-first developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners. So we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Why is Mandel Group such a great place to be? Gee, that's hard. Where do you start?
Immediately what comes to mind is the people. Might sound like a cliche thing to say, but genuinely I believe that we've got the best people, not only technically and from a consulting perspective, but just generally as people.
Mantle Group principle that resonates most with me. I smile because there's a few. Look, they actually all resonate with me, but I would say in it together.
Love what you do and be awesome at it. In my mind, people are at their most productive and engaged and enjoy their work the most when they're doing something that they're passionate about.
The Mantle Group principle that resonates most for me is make good choices. It's the fundamental one that sits almost underneath the other principles and allows us to use those principles to make our decisions and how we work.
Make good choices. I love this one because it's around treating people as an individual and trusting them to make a choice that's right for them.
We're close to 1,000 people now, and we still are able to be principle-based, where our team genuinely make good decisions and use their principles to guide themselves.
Mantle Group principles enable me to be more me at work.
We're breaking the mould and ensuring that we create an experience for people that is unique to them and really redefines what work means for people.
The world is changing fast. In the new world of business, the fast and the agile will thrive, while the slow and the inflexible will be left behind. To compete, you know that digital transformation is a must. You must leverage the cloud. You must turn to methodologies like DevOps. You must innovate software at blazing fast speed. It's a lot of musts. Thankfully, there's Cygnet. We accelerate digital transformation with the most comprehensive continuous testing platform. From the best in-class test automation and test data management to industry-leading performance testing, system simulation, and risk-based testing. With the power of AI, you can rapidly design, automate, and orchestrate virtually any type of test for your business to accelerate software delivery. Built for enterprise scale, it increases speed, reduces costs, and decreases risk. So you can release software faster, fund new growth initiatives, and be even more confident in your success. And when that happens, you bring new products to the market faster, speed innovation, and create more fiercely loyal customers than you ever imagined. It's no wonder that companies like McKesson, Dell, and Mercedes-Benz turn to Cygnet to accelerate their digital transformation. Cygnet. Speed changes everything.
Go.
It's always about the people. Yeah, it's always about the people you work with.
I see the company's commitment to its employees, the commitment to the community, and that feel there's a ton of opportunity for support and empowerment here.
It makes me really proud to say that I work for Woodside. I can see the contributions that they make to our community, right from the nippers all the way through to the community associations.
You have that accessibility to leadership, and I feel as if my view and my contributions are valid.
It's the fact that it's a very reliable company, and our customers value that reliability. They value energy security. They need it.
There's so many conveniences and comforts that we enjoy today that we expect to be there tomorrow. Whether it's preparing a meal, charging your mobile phone, Woodside's ability to provide reliable forms of energy really allows us to help people access a better quality of life.
We play quite an important part in everyone's life, and that's quite special. And I'm quite proud that I get the chance to work for a gas plant like this.
Not sure if you've heard, but at Bankwest, we're on a mission to become Australia's favourite digital bank and to make banking seriously uncomplicated. Imagine digital banking so simple, it makes sense to everyone, no matter who they are or where they are.
That means me.
We know that uncomplicated doesn't just happen, it's made. Not by a company or one individual or even a bot. It's made through our curiosity, honesty, and desire for change.
In other words, it's made by us.
We know becoming the favourite isn't easy, but when you're making a difference for customers, colleagues, and the community, when you feel like you're learning and growing and your ambition is matched, well then, it's all worth it.
The truth is, Australians deserve easy, useful banking experiences. This mightn't sound like a big thing, but for us, it's everything.
It would take all of us working together
to make something we're all proud of.
And that's why we need brilliant people like you.
Bankwest, made by us.
MakerX is an award-winning research and development studio, building digital products and high-growth ventures at the frontier of technology. Our team of 40 experts, including 10 former CXOs, brings a wealth of industry insight and advanced expertise, including AI, Web3, and venture building. Combining an extensive library of robust technology building blocks, an entrepreneurial culture, and a proprietary R&D framework, we create groundbreaking products, open new markets for corporations, and optimize existing businesses. For those brave enough to do what's never been done, get in touch to discuss how MakerX can drive your business forward. For inventors passionate about fearless exploration and bold experimentation, MakerX offers a vibrant, inclusive environment where innovation and continuous learning are core principles. Here at MakerX, you'll work on transformative projects ranging from virtual machine compilers to non-profit mental health apps. Join us to help invent the future and make a meaningful impact in the digital world. MakerX, made for tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Melissa Herrera from DataStax, a company focused on helping developers turn their dreams into wild new realities through generative AI. We are here to make it 100 times easier and faster for developers to build GenAI and RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation, apps and experiences that you can quickly get into production. DataStax offers a one-stop GenAI stack and data API that gives developers all the data to build a complete RAG app for a faster and easier path to production. We've also added Langflow, making it easy for developers to build one-click RAG at scale, with an open-source visual RAG framework with drag-and-drop data flows and pre-built components for connecting to any API, data source, or database, one-click deployment, and seamless integration with AstroDB for more relevant answers with ultra-low latency, giving you 20% higher relevance, 9 times more throughput, and 74 times faster response time at 80% better TCO. DataStax delivers a RAG-first developer experience with first-in-class integrations with leading AI ecosystem partners. So we just work with developers' existing stacks of choice.
Why is Mandel Group such a great place to be? Gee, that's hard. Where do you start?
Immediately what comes to mind is the people. Might sound like a cliche thing to say, but genuinely I believe that we've got the best people, not only technically and from a consulting perspective, but just generally as people.
Mantle Group principle that resonates most with me. I smile because there's a few, look, they actually all resonate with me, but I would say in it together.
love what you do and be awesome at it. In my mind, people are at their most productive and engaged and enjoy their work the most when they're doing something that they're passionate about.
The Mantle Group principle that resonates most for me is make good choices. It's the fundamental one that sits almost underneath the other principles and allows us to use those principles to make our decisions and how we work.
Make good choices. I love this one because it's around treating people as an individual and trusting them to make a choice that's right for them.
We're close to 1,000 people now, and we still are able to be principle-based where our team genuinely make good decisions and use their principles to guide themselves.
Mantle Group principles enable me to be more me at work.
We're breaking the mould in ensuring that we create an experience for people that is unique to them and really redefines what work means for people.
cybersecurity in Australia, her journey exemplifies adaptability, continuous learning, and breaking barriers. Embracing challenges, fostering diversity, and safeguarding the digital world are at the heart of her mission. With over a decade of experience in software development, networking, and cybersecurity.
Not sure if you've heard, but at Bankwest, we're on a mission to become Australia's favourite digital bank and to make banking seriously uncomplicated. Imagine digital banking so simple, it makes sense to everyone, no matter who they are or where they are.
That means me.
We know that uncomplicated doesn't just happen, it's made. Not by a company or one individual or even...
Good. Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. The lunch, food coma. Who had a butter chicken with rice? Awesome. If you're dozing off, I'll take that as a compliment for the food rather than my session is boring. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's kickstart the session. Thank you so much, Wes, for the introduction. My name is Chevi Kaur. I work with Royal Air Force Association as an information security specialist. Today's topic is Ready, Set, Respond about incident response. Now, before kickstart the session, I had the privilege working in IT industry over a decade. I started my career as a software developer, moved to networking and then cybersecurity, but you can find all that information on LinkedIn. What you can't find is absolutely coffee lover. I'm pretty sure you all are. I can sip in on coffee all day and then go home cranky. My GPs aren't very thrilled about it because I'm always running low on iron, so I have to go for iron infusion every 6 months. And then I would sip in coffee all day, go home, cranky wife. My husband has no idea what he has done wrong. It's just me. I hadn't had a real food all day, just sipping coffee. Absolutely love walks. I think love nature, go for hiking, go for a nice walk. Friends is my absolutely binge watcher. Friends fan here? Awesome, I'm not the only one in here. Great. I have seen, I think, every episode, every season. I don't know how many times I can repeat every dialogue with the characters. My favorite holiday, beachside or poolside vacation. Funny enough, I don't know how to swim. So if you see me around floaties, those kids' floaties, just ignore. I'm learning. I can float now. So 2025. Before starting the session, I would really like to thank our sponsors. I think events like these cannot happen without the support of our network partners, our sponsors who make it happen. So thank you so much for their support. And before diving into my talk now, why did I actually choose this topic? I think it's not a mystery. We can see a rise in the cyber incidents. We can see the frequency and how serious they are getting day by day. So I thought it would be a perfect blend for your awareness, for my awareness as an individual or as an organization, how we can protect ourselves, and if that happens, incident happens, what we can do about it. You all have heard all these stories, Optus, Medibank, every day. I put CrowdStrike there. It wasn't a cyber incident, but it was definitely incident. How many of you had to pull out all your contingency plan during the CrowdStrike outage, right? Doesn't matter what industry you're in healthcare industry, you're in finance, you're working with critical infrastructure, you may have been a victim of it, or you might be. Fingers crossed, no. And when we see these rise in incidents, we can, in the industry, we can also see the skill set needed. So if you go on LinkedIn or if you look on Seek, you can find there are so many job opportunities or positions have opened up specific to incident response. So it might be a manager, it could be an incident response analyst. So if you have a networking background, for example, so they need your skill set as well. If you're from a software development side, they need your skill set. So whatever past experience you have, you can lean into incident response, even if it's like policies and governance. So these are a few examples if you what you can find on LinkedIn or Seek. So if you see cybersecurity lead, malware and incident response specialist. Oh my God, give it on my slide. That was the joke. So incident response. We are all prepared for emergency situations, right? We are, right? Yes, we are. For example, coming here this morning, I had it all planned. It takes 10 minutes or 15, if traffic, 15 minutes from my house to Optus Stadium was all in the plan. That was my plan. What time I'm getting ready, take 5 minutes, could be a lie, and then leave the house. I'll be here in 10, 15 minutes, and then do the session. Open, having my coffee, and then I saw on a LinkedIn DDD posted, you have to take a detour because tunnel is closed over the weekend. So there goes the plan. But I was like, it's okay. Take a deep breath. I'm a smart, independent woman. I can make it work. So what I did, woke my husband up. I was like, you're dropping me to Optus. So that was my contingency plan. But I made it work. I'm here. So let's take an emergency situation as an example. Fire drill. That was my next slide anyway. So fire drill. In case of emergency, what we do, we already know what exit points are, where we have to meet, who we have to follow. We know that, right? And that's why we do our fire drills in organizations as well. Good thing. Just imagine if you don't know the exit points are, you don't know who to follow, it would be chaotic, right? It would be a very chaotic situation. So this what happens when you don't have a plan. So in case of emergency, you're just chasing around, chaotic, you don't have any plan. But in today's session, we are going to talk about what you can have, what plan or what action plan you need. So in those situations, we have a muscle memory, so we don't go into a panic mode, like, oh my God, what's happening? And we have a strategy to recover from that incident. This is a fancy looking incident response plan. We'll go to each and every session or process. So when I talk about incident response, I have seen, like, most of the time, small to medium-sized organizations, it's about putting out the fire. So attack has happened, and now my all focus is on recover from it, right? So I will do whatever I can as an IT department, as a board member, and I will have my business operations back to action, and then I would be like done and dusted. Is it a right approach, you reckon? No. Why is that? Because it lacks your focus, your all focus is on attack. So you haven't done anything about, you haven't evaluated the situation, you haven't done any post-assessment. What went wrong? Why went wrong? If you haven't done that, how are you gonna protect yourself in the future? And most of the time I have seen missing accountability. Now when I say accountability, it's who was responsible for that vulnerability. Does that word make sense to everyone? Vulnerability, it's like a security gap, you can say, in a system. So who was responsible for that? Chevy, okay. So this attack is happening because you didn't patch that vulnerability, right? So accountability is not pointing fingers or blaming one another. So when I say accountability, it means creating a culture of understanding and creating a culture of continuous improvement rather than blaming fingers. So accountability is, I know what I'm supposed to do. Did I took the right action at the right time? And I'm accountable for that. So in Australia, we have legislations as well. We have cyber bill came up. We have cyber legislation coming up. And now boards are responsible for their incident response preparedness. So for example, Optus, Medibank, I think everyone has been victim of those data breaches. And when we had to look what happened with Optus, it was a very, does anyone know what happened with the Optus? It wasn't a very sophisticated attack. It was something very tiny mistake on their API side. So rather than maybe having a private access, it was publicly available. So someone found the path and took the data. So that was something very, very, I shouldn't say stupid, but let's not say that. So this wasn't a sophisticated attack. So threat actor didn't have to do any hard work there. It was just right there for the actor to take the information. So now what Australian regulations are doing, they are making board members accountable for that. So if that happens, board or executives are accountable. Now they have to answer what controls they had in place, what happened, why it happened, even if they had the controls. Was it a basic control? What kind of information was leaked, and what processes they had in place to protect your information? Saki, have you heard about Security of Critical Infrastructure Act? So for example, our power supply, our water supply, gas supply. Just imagine if we have a cyber incident and we don't have a power. I can't charge my mobile phone. I think that's my first concern. So you don't have water supply. That's critical infrastructure. Do you know now Coles and Woolworth are also a part of critical infrastructure after COVID? So in recent changes, Coles and food chains are also part of our critical infrastructure, because if we don't have a food supply, that's an issue nationwide as well. So Privacy Act reform. What regulation bodies are asking? They are asking, if you are a critical infrastructure, you have to report an incident, let's say, within 12-hour window, or 72 hours, or if privacy reform, so under that act, we would have 72-hour breach notification. So you have to notify OAIC, for example, or regulatory bodies to let them know, inform them you have been a victim of this incident, what kind of information they have stolen, or where you are at this stage. And if you see board accountability, that's part of those legislations as well. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take incident response and fire emergency as a example, and I'm going to compare those analogies so I can cater both technical and non-technical audience. Let's start with the first one, prepare. How do we prepare ourselves for to protect ourselves from any fire incident? What we do? We set up the fire drills, we educate our staff, or we educate our people where to go, who to follow, where the exit points are, and where we are meeting outside. And then how to evacuate, or who's responsible for guiding people to safety as well. Now, if I talk about cyber incident, it's about planning and training. Training your people, what cyber event is, what cyber incident is, who they should go to, or have an incident response plan. How many of you actually heard about incident response plan or have incident response plan in your company? Good job. Have you tested it? Because that's what happens. Everyone has a plan, and when I ask, okay, have you actually tested it? How do you know it's going to work, right? If you haven't tested it, or maybe you tested it 10 years back, and just imagine how much have changed in your work culture. If we say traditional work environment, you used to had devices and people within these four walls. So you have your office, you have all devices within your network. So it was very easy to save. It was very easy to protect. No one is leaving this room. Okay, protected, good. So now what's happening? We have people working from home. We have people working from different geolocations. And we have, can you imagine how many devices one company would have, like just for user accounts? How many devices you have for your work email? Mobile phone, and then sometimes your tablets, and then you have your laptop, then you have your work laptop, then you have your home laptop. So 3 to 4 devices on average just for one user. And now just imagine at the back end you have network servers, switches, routers. Can you imagine the complexity of these connections? So now it's not very easy to protect. How are you going to protect something like which is outside these 4 walls? That's why it's getting very complex and challenging part for companies to protect either it's their devices or user accounts or information, because now our information is also sitting outside Australian borders as well. So you have your backups. For example, you have onboarded a vendor. They have their backup servers somewhere outside Australia. So all those kind of things are making it very complex challenge. Training the team, creating clear roles. So for example, when an actual incident happens, who is responsible for what? It seems something like, oh, it's easy to say, like, oh, you're looking after this, you're looking after this, done and dusted. But when it actually happens, it's all over the place, the responsibilities. You were supposed to make that call, you didn't do it. So everyone starts with accountability, so missing accountability. We don't want to do that. So if you have an incident response plan and you have defined clear roles and responsibilities, who's going to make a media call, who's going to take inform regulatories or legal team. Making sure everyone knows their part when an incident occurs. Have you done any tabletop exercises in your company? Have you heard of it, tabletop exercise? It's a very fun activity, actually. I think we must do that. Why do I say that? Sometimes it's very hard to convince why do you need an incident response plan. So what I do is I take executives board on one table, and then I have an IT team on one table, finance or HR on one table, and then I give them a ransomware scenario and give them a situation, and then you can wonder how many questions come from all these blind spots. No one was actually thinking about it. Very basic questions. And I had just run the session the other day, and finance team was like, oh, pay has to go out tomorrow, always, right? So they are worried about if their account systems are down, how much time it needs to back up and back to business operations. And marketing would be like, oh, what data they have stolen? Is it a sensitive client data? Just imagine your medical information, your Medicare card numbers, all that information, because it's directly going to impact your brand and reputation. And then board members, for example, they wouldn't have any technical knowledge of your infrastructure. So all I want to know is, am I paying a ransomware or no? Now, is it a right, so if I throw this question back to you, should we pay a ransom or no? Yes or no? How many yes? It's a debate, actually, because in some circumstances, companies think it's like a cost-benefit analysis. The cost of actually paying a ransom is much less. Don't take this as a pay your ransom, please. Is much less than the cost you are going to have if your business operations are down for 4 days. Depend on what industry you are in, how much information is encrypted in your ransomware. For example, if you're a company with sensitive information, you had your business from last 20 years, so 20 years of your data and information on one side, and then one side is the money. So what will you choose? So it's like building from a scratch. There are no guidelines from government. It's highly recommended, do not pay ransom, but it's not legally, like there wouldn't be any legal actions if you do so. And it's also, again, a tricky situation, ransomware, paying ransom or no, because sometimes even if you pay ransom, doesn't mean the hacker is going to, or threat actor is going to decrypt your data and give you your data back to you. But I would say it's changing now. It really depends what ransomware group are targeting you, because they have their business model. They have their marketing and PR teams. So if they had encrypted your information, you have given them your money, and they haven't decrypted your data and give your data back, it's a bad word for them out in the market, right? Next time if I'm under attack, I would say this group hacked this company, so they pay the money, but they never get back. So they have their marketing and PR teams building a client trust, your client. So it really depends on those scenarios, like different factors play in who the ransomware groups are, and they might decrypt your data, but they will come back. In most of the scenarios we have seen, they will decrypt your data, and after 10 days, 11 days, you're like, oh my God, I'm done and dusted. Thank God, what a week, right? And then you take it easy, you take a back seat, and then they slightly move in again because they already know your vulnerabilities or loopholes, or maybe you did not cover all the back doors where the threat actors entered. And your environment keep on changing, so training is very, very important. New joiners and people leave, people position changes. You have new devices on the network, you have new applications, you have new vendors on your infrastructure now. So training is the most critical part, and running tabletop exercise, I would say it's a must. It's like building a muscle memory. It's not gonna happen in one tabletop exercise, it's making a habit. So when the situation actually comes, how you're gonna react to it. So what we can do, develop and test an incident response plan. Testing is very, very important. I cannot say that enough, because having a plan is a different thing, but actually testing is different. I have a plan. I had a plan to learn swimming since, I think, 2020. That was a plan. I didn't execute it. I didn't test it. I did go to the water, I think, once or twice a year. So if I'm not testing it, I'm not testing my capabilities, how I know it's gonna work. Define very clear responsibilities, train your staff, set up out of banned channels. Why do I say that? I just had an incident a few weeks back. So the threat actor was already inside the environment. So what happens is, they are inside your network. Now these people are smart, because they're gonna need some time to learn your infrastructure, who's holding what responsibilities, where your critical sensitive information is sitting, who has access to it. So different strategies they have to play with. So they're gonna need some time. It's not they're inside your network and within 5 minutes they're gonna steal your information and work around it. On average, it takes 277 days for threat actors to have an action plan with once they're inside your network, and it is very challenging. Most of the time, companies couldn't identify if someone is actually sitting in their network. Why? Because they're very silent. What they're doing, they're observing what emails you are sending, who your clients are, what your day-to-day business operations are. So it's get very easy to have their next tactic. So we had this incident, and they had the IT team and the board member had this strategy. That's how we're going to recover our data. And they started doing that, and then the threat actor changed the technique. So they were targeting this server. Now they have changed the strategy, and people couldn't figure it out, or like, what's happening? So whatever action we are taking, it's like they are listening to us. So they had access to the emails as well. So when you were sharing the reports and updates within the team, with your board member, with your IT team, they were actually spying on your emails as well. So in that scenario, having maybe a WhatsApp channel or using your personal phones or emails, it's actually a best idea in scenario like this, because you don't know how the incident is going to unfold at this stage, because you're at the very initial stage. Now identify the next step. How do we identify the fire? We smell the smoke, or fire alarm goes off. And how do we detect or identify in cyber incident? Unusual activity, logins. So for example, if I was logging in from Australia or Perth, like 5 minutes before, and after 5 minutes there's a long login activity from France, and so that's definitely unusual activity, right? So that's one sign. Or you have a lot of pop-up windows opening, so different behaviors of the system. Now that's an incident. Can I have a help here? It's not working on identify. So what we can do in that stage, continuous monitoring. Now when I say that, when I'm talking to someone, they're like, Chevy, I have all the logs. If you want to see my database logs, my server logs, who has access data, at what time, what information they have moved or transferred, or what they have worked with, right? But what are you doing with it? Do you get any red flags, or do you get any notification triggered to you when that happens? So for example, if I have downloaded, let's say 1,000 files, So you have your patient information or sensitive client information, and I have downloaded 1,000 files. Do you get any notification on your email? That's what I mean by continuous monitoring, because if you don't have any notifications in place, doesn't matter if you have all the logs, because you're not doing anything about it, right? So what happens in incident response is, what we want to do is we want to know whenever threat actor is in our environment, we want to know as soon as possible, because every second matters. It's not like they have been sitting in for 6 months. I have seen with some companies, they are very fast once they know something has happened, something bad actor is in their network. They are very fast. The IT teams are so fast to throw them out, recover from the system, recover from the backups, and back and up running. But the threat actor was in the system from last, I don't know how many months or date, right? So identify stage is very, very important, especially continuous monitoring, what you're doing with those logs. This is definitely not in sync with my slide. Perfect example with my talk, right? And then another point on identify I want to say is evidence. I have seen in most of the cases, we are we are working so much towards to working on the attack itself, throw the threat actor away, and have our business operations up and running. But what we don't look after is evidence. So what was that malware file, for example? Who got to know that was a phishing attempt? You got a phishing email, you clicked on the link, and malware get downloaded. So these are all your evidence. Now, why I say that evidence? Because in most of the scenarios, you still don't know how this incident is going to take an action in future. So it could be turning into something legal. So you have to submit those evidence into court. Who's saving those evidence? How you're making sure that the evidence is not being tailored, right? So all that information, make sure when you're working in an incident, you are preserving that evidence as well and saving and storing. Only authorized people have access to it. Awesome. The next stage is contain. So we have identified a fire. Now what's the next step? What do I do? I'll stop it from spreading to other rooms or to the other building. Now what we do in cyber, we'll make it isolate. So if I see my this device has been infected with the malware, so what's the first thing I would do? I would just disconnect from the network. I wouldn't turn it off. It's not. I think that's what most of us do. We just turn it off or just power off, plug it off, right? Problem solved. We don't want to do that because you might have some temporary evidence stored in your RAM or in temporary memory, so you are going to get lose all that information as well. That could be an very important information for tracking or investigating your incident as well, how it started, or maybe you have to submit into a court as well. So in containment, you would have a short-term containment and long-term. So short, what you would do, for example, if I can see attack is coming from this particular country, so on your firewall, you just block all IPs from that, right? And then you have VPNs, for example. So that's another challenge. Or if you see this particular user account was compromised, so you will just deactivate that account or disable it. So these are the short-term actions you can take, but then long-term actions would be how you are going to prevent in the future. Now, in containment stage, the very important part is that includes impact, because you're isolating. If account system is down, or let's say if your healthcare system is down, I'm just disconnecting from the network. But now you have to think of the impact as well. Let's say if that system has, I don't know, information about patient, what food they are allergic to, and it's actually a matter of life and death. It's serious. So it's not just disconnecting from the network, how it's going to impact business as well. not just financially, but from brand and reputation wise as well. So what systems are under attack and how it's gonna impact business from all perspective, financial, brand, reputation, and your business operations as well. And then how long it will take to come back, how many days, can you actually afford 7 days downtime? So all those questions, very important stage in any incident response plan. Eradicate, so you have isolated from the network. Now the next one is eradicating. So you're actually removing the malwares, reconfiguring your firewalls, reinstalling the operating system from scratch, fresh start, and testing to confirm the threat removal before moving to recovery. So you want to make sure 100% you have get rid of the bad files or bad actor from your environment. Now, because the next stage would be recovering from that stage. What we'll do in recover? So you'll clean up the smoke damage, or you'll try to fix anything if that have been destroyed in fire. What we do in cyber incident? We restore data and we rebuild and come back to our normal operations. Now, clean backup. Why I focused on clean backup here? Just imagine you had a threat actor in your environment from last 6 months. It means your backups are corrupted as well. So you have to think from that perspective as well. So when you are actually recovering, how long back you want to go? So if threat actor was there for last 6 months and I'm just I'm recovering from like last week's backup, it's not gonna work because they're still in your environment. So you really have to investigate and find out the timings. Timings are very important. What backups are actually clean backups? And then you go to recovery stage and test it, funding approvals, if there were any tools that were needed. Or if there were any resources, it could be people, it could be you need a SOC team, or you need third-party vendor to come and help you. So all those funding resources come in recovering stage as well. Communication is very, very important. When I say that communication is important, I'm in a marketing, so my whole focus would be telling the clients, like, guys, I have it under control. We have it under control. None of your data has been compromised. It's a very initial stage. Nothing confidential has leaked, right? Because you don't want to give out that statement, do you? Because you don't know yet. You haven't investigated the whole incident yet. And if I'm from a legal team, what my priority would be, I would be like, I didn't do it. That's the third-party vendor. They were at fault. It was their backdoor, right? And if I'm in IT team, my whole concentration would be getting the backup and processes or your systems up and running. And if I'm a board, I would have different priorities. So making a communication, having an incident response plan, having one person responsible for the media call is very important, because you don't want to give statements after every hour. And that's what we see when we have an incident. And if we go to the official websites, it just say a generic statement, like we are aware of it and we are taking action towards it and we will get in touch with you. So that's all you want to say. You don't want to make any promises because you don't know yet how the incident is going to unfold. Last one, very, very important, lessons learned. Now, incident happened. That can happen to anyone, not a big deal. But what did you do afterwards? So you knew the threat actor like entered from that back door, or they took advantage of that particular vulnerability, but you haven't patched it. You don't have any action plans after that. How are you going to protect from future? So you examine the root cause of the incident. What indicators were missed? We had an incident, and whatever question you ask, let's call the person Bob. So I got an answer. Bob knows it. Now Bob is going for a holiday. Who knows? What's your backup strategy? Who has all the answers? So you don't want to do that as well. who are people actually you are depending on for your decision making as well, because sometimes company have policy in place, oh, if we have to shut down a server, or if we have to disconnect more than 10 devices from the network, I need an approval from CIO or CEO, and how fast those approvals are coming. Just imagine sending an email and then waiting for it, getting a reply, and it takes hours and hours and hours. And during an incident, every little second matters. So you don't want that, right? So do you have the mobile contact number so you can get in touch with the person? How fast those approvals are going to work? All those blind spots. Evaluating timelines and communications are very, very important. Recommendation and actionable improvements. Now think incident as an opportunity. Whatever had happened has happened. That's in the past. So think this as an opportunity, and growing forward, you don't want that same thing to happen again. So think your learning lessons and take a bulletproof action plan. I'll take a pause. I can see the food coma kicking in. Two important points I want to cover is cyber risk and governance and insurance. Fingers crossed, I hope not. But have you worked with cyber insurance company for any asking them money? How was it? How was your experience? Did you get it back? It was written in the clause with condition, right? And when I asked, for example, in your cyber insurance, let's take ransomware, for example. They were like, oh, yes, we had ransomware covered in our insurance. Okay, good. So you open an agreement, and that's written in a clause, and at the end it says, comma, conditions apply. Now, what those conditions are. So there are so many blind spots. I'm not an expert on cyber insurance, so if any of you are, and I say anything, I take it back. But there are so many blind spots when you're working with insurance as well. There are so many liabilities. For example, if you have multi-factor authentication, right, and you don't have basic control in place, multi-factor authentication, insurance is not giving you any money back, because you failed to have Essential 8. Have you heard of Essential 8? So government has given the set of rules. You must have these as a very basic controls. Now, if you fail to do that, insurance people will be like, that's your bad, man. You would have done that. So you're not getting any money back. And there are timings as well. You had the incident, but in the clause, it says you had to notify me within 24 hours. It's turning 25 now, no money. So make sure you are on top of it for your liability. You know what your insurance offers. Sometimes we had an incident and they declined the cover. Why? Because in one of the clauses, they clearly mention only their recommended third-party vendors are allowed, for example, for their PR or for legal actions. So if you go out in the market and had from the industry, you hired someone else, they're not going to pay the cost. So there are so many things. I'm not the expert on the topic. I'm still learning on it, but I would say there are so many blind spots when it comes to insurance. It's money. No one wants to give you money, right? So be careful about that. And cyber risk in a governance. Governance is like setting the tone of your company culture. It's about monitoring what's working, having policies in place. You already know what risk you have or what processes are critical for your business. If that particular process or system is down for 1 hour, you have like financial cost of that much and you can't afford that. So it makes very easy when you have an actual incident, you can prioritize what system you want up and running prior to the other one. Now AI, are you fed up with listening to AI? I can't help it. I'm talking cyber and I have to talk about AI. I would say good AI. So I'm going to talk good AI and bad AI. Big fan of good AI. And when I say that, who hates meeting notes? I do. I absolutely hate it. I would just call in a sick rather than attending a meeting if I have to take a meeting minutes. I hate it because I would do some mistakes there. I would put like responsible him for the action plan and the due date different. I would be very chaotic. So easy these days, and most of organizations are actually using AI tools, enhancing ChatGPT, for example, good for productivity, but comes with concerns as well, because we have to train our employees and staff. Whatever you are typing in ChatGPT, it's not private. It's like if you're not comfortable to say the same thing in public, it's confidential. You shouldn't be doing that on ChatGPT, because ChatGPT is learning, or any AI tool is learning on our behavior as well. So pros and cons, but let's talk about the benefits. Very easy. You have meeting notes. The concern I would say here is, do you know where these meeting notes are getting saved? Who has access to these notes? I think like if you are attending a meeting, two person are in the meeting, think this as a third person co-pilot or any other AI tool, because third person is listening as well and making notes and all that. So where you are actually saving those notes, who had access to it, because during the meeting we are talking confidential information as well, but in incident response it's doing an amazing job. Do you have any SOC team here? Security operations? Oh my God, God bless you. You can imagine just one phishing email and the amount of work you have to put the tracking of the incident, how it happened, who clicked on it. Chevy, I told you, don't do it. You did it, right? It's personal now. So it's a lot of effort you have to put in one incident. You have to track down all the information, what device was used, what time, and everything. Copilot is doing it for me, and with a very nice fancy looking diagram. So I'm ready to go to my board with a fancy report and show them what happened and how it happened. Now what I want to say in that case is, oh my God, I'm just spoiling it. What I want to say in that case is, if we are using AI for good reason, bad AI is there as well. Now just imagine if a threat actor has access to your Copilot or any other AI tool, what they can do. Show me new employee data. Now, threat actors don't have to do any hard work. So before that, they had to work for weeks and hours. They had to spend months to get that information. Now it's ready-made, available for them. It's like that 2-minute Maggie thing. Who don't love it? What bonuses were awarded recently? Well, Bob didn't tell me he got 500 in his reward. Are there any files with credentials in them? Good luck, IT team. Everything. So if you are using AI, most of us are for productivity, but just think from incident perspective, how challenging it can be or how bad it's going to be. Last slide, I promise. Good butter chicken, yeah? If you don't know, if it's, oh my God, too much information thrown at you and you're like, oh my God, I don't know what to do, where to find the skeleton, you can find the templates on cybergov.au. I think it's a very nice templates to work with. When you download it, it has all the sections filled in, most of the information. You just have to contextualize it according to your business structure, your business model, or put roles and responsibilities. But I think this is a very, very good start. And then they have playbooks as well. So most of common attacks are, for example, phishing or ransomware. So you can automatically download the templates and have it ready for your IT team. So when the actual incident happens, they already have to take action only. They don't have to think and spend too much time on it. With that, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. I had a very nice, actually, I heard it on YouTube. I had a very nice ending line, and then I forget it. I forgot it to write. So I thought, oh my God, people are going to love me. They're going to laugh. But let's end it with this. Prepare for the best and hope for the best. It's, I think it's a very good time. We don't have an option. have your incident response plan ready. We do in our day-to-day life as well, but have for your work or for your data and information as well. And I think I got the timing notification. I would be here around all day. If you have any questions or if I said anything it didn't make sense, I'm sorry, but reach out to me. I'll be here all day. Thank you so much, guys. Be safe.
Thank you, Chevy. We've got a little bit of a break for a changeover now, and then there'll be another talk in this room. Also, I'm meant to let you know the DDD yearbook is available at the info station. It costs $25. I'm not sure what's in it yet, but... various product development and consulting roles throughout his career. He helps maintain two popular open source repositories, PetaPoco and Awesome.net. Please welcome Wade to share his insights into building type-safe web forms.
All right. Cool, it's working. Thanks, Wes, for that nice introduction. And yes, I'm building type-safe web forms. And to do that, I'll be using a mix of technologies, namely Remix, Remix Validated Form, Zod, Tailwind, and of course TypeScript. Don't worry if you don't know any of these libraries. I'll cover what they do and in good time. First off, let's just pause and just take a look at the sponsors that have made today possible. Obviously, DDDs around Australia are volunteer-driven and mostly paid for by sponsors, hence why the tickets are affordable. And that's the whole point of them. It's an affordable conference. So I'm more than happy to put a sponsor slide up because all these sponsors, and there's a million in Perth, have made it possible today. And don't forget to check out the booths. There's some pretty cool merch as well you can grab. And I know MakerX merch, I know I'm plugging myself in, I apologise for that. But I know there's still some good merch there because I wanted to take some, but because I'm from Brisbane, I'm limited by the flight capacity. So what's my mission today? Well, when I got accepted to do this talk, and I was very humbled by people selecting it because there was so many great talks available. And when I got selected to do the talk, I went, right, well, first thing I need to do is put some goals down. And I thought, what do I want when I'm in the audience? And a good talk, right? So goal one, good talk. Now, if you know me and if you've worked with me, you know fairly average humour is just part of the package. And that's why it's there. So that's my mission, a good talk and demonstration of what fairly average humour is. And so who am I? Well, I'm Wade, and here is my family. There's Snowy, he's the newest addition. He's a spoodle, very picky about food, except if it's poo. We've got Bob in the middle. Bob is a very cuddly cat. He's a Manx breed. If you don't know them, they have the short tail, and he's a beautiful cat. And there's Bear. Bear is a look, but do not touch. But if you're me, you can pat him with your foot, but it's probably going to take you about 6 years to build up to that. And of course, my family, my lovely wife, Patricia, and my daughter, Leah. And a little bit of my artwork there, you've noticed. I'm just, putting it out there. I've got some feedback, and most people have said it's pretty good. I can't give you their names because I've forgotten it. But that is the feedback. And so, who am I? What drives me? Well, I like to build things, and I build things at MakerX, who helps other startups and ventures build and builds other startup and ventures. Or, because I'm from Brisbane, you might say the 4B, because there's a lot of builds in there, 4. So no AI used to change this image, by the way. Just got out on the way to the airport and took a snap. So yeah, look, I get this a lot, and the artwork is for sale. And I am accepting offers over 1 million, but for this month only, 20% discount. And if you're wondering, like, well, what would Wade do with all that money? I like the finer things in life, like shopping at Coles and Woolies. I also write blog posts. And so if you like this content and you like more, then there's some historical stuff. The best way to get notified about that is just to follow me on LinkedIn. Now, I know not everybody has LinkedIn or likes to use it. That's cool. There's also the MakerX blog site. You can subscribe, email notifications, all that sort of stuff. And for those who are sitting on the fence saying, champ, wait till the end. Let's just wait and see how this talk is. I'll show it again. So don't worry. I've covered that. It's fine. So, my talk. My talk is split into 3 parts. It is an adaptation of a blog series I did about 1.5 years ago. And in that blog series, I was talking about doing multi-action handlers in Remix. which is essentially just the same remix route having multiple actions that do various things rather than having multiple routes for those actions. And so part of that was making the forms type safe. So what I thought is, let's just twist this blog content a little bit and I'll talk about the type safety of the forms in there. Each part builds on the next part and we go from a good to better, best solution. And I'd like you to think of this as more of a pattern and not a library. I do use libraries, sure, but as you know, in web development, it's rare that there's only one library that does the same thing. There's always a choice and there's always pros and cons. And so what I build today, I like to consider more of a pattern. And it's a pattern that I've used within MakerX on projects using other form libraries and alike. So don't get caught up on we don't use Zod or anything, because if you're using a Zod equivalent, it probably applies. The plumbing might change a little bit depending on the API surface. So in the first part, I define the problem, and what I do is I build a very basic to-do application just using Remix and the fundamentals of the web. And it'll be functional, but it'll be fragile. So if we change things, I can't be assured or confident that it hasn't broken something without sort of running through all the features and seeing if they work again. So to partly solve that, in part 2, I'll introduce Remix validated form and Zod. And that will give me this, it'll still be functional, but it'll be slightly less fragile to change. And in part 3, I'll introduce hooks, proxy, and a dispatcher. And what that will give me is functional and what I call refactorable. So I'll just take a little side step at that point and talk about refactoring. Because on one hand, in a strongly typed language, refactoring is a very smooth experience. And when you do refactor in a strongly typed language, you have a lot of confidence that those refactors apply all through the code base. Whether you're in C#, Java, all those, even when you're refactoring and references are stored in text, there's usually a pretty unique pattern to those, and the IDEs that support the more advanced refactorings will pick that up and do those refactorings for you. So on one hand, we've got strongly typed languages are very good at refactoring, but they're strongly typed. Right on the other edge, where JavaScript lives along with languages like PHP, although my PHP knowledge is a little bit dated, you've got dynamic languages, and generally these suffer the worst when we're talking in terms of refactoring, particularly JavaScript, because it is just so flexible that it's hard to know how to refactor something unless the app is running, because there's so many points in which the information's lost. And if you're doing static analysis, it just goes, I can refactor that within this function. Outside that, all bets are lost, etc. And so what I like to do with TypeScript is find a line where I know my refactor experience is not going to be as good as refactoring in a strongly typed language, but I will have my type safety to the point where after I refactor, I will get type errors to tell me, hey, the solution's still not valid. And when the type errors go away, I'm back to a valid solution. Now, I might have to do 1, 2 refactors, but TypeScript's got my back, and I can be confident, like I could be in a strongly typed language, that those refactorings apply. So when I mention refactorable, I'm not saying, hey, it's as good as a strongly typed language. All I'm saying is I can refactor it with the confidence that I have enjoyed when using strongly typed languages, because, you know, follow the red squiggles, right? And so if we look at the future of form libraries and type safety, I just want to point out I was playing around with React hook form, and the type safety in that is really good in version 7. I didn't play around with it enough to do a very componentized app where you might want your components holding the validation logic and all that, which this pattern supports. But it's looking a lot better, and I think, you know, we're heading down this path now where this talk will be irrelevant in a few years, because we'll just have all that type safety out of the box. The other thing is Remix Validated Form has gone through a name change. They are now RVF. And the reason for that is they've dropped Remix as the #1 dependency. And so they just went, let's just call ourselves RVF, and you can use it with any React project. I updated all the source code for this talk, but I didn't make that change because there's enough of an API surface change that it would mean I'd have to restructure a fair bit of code. So just keep that in mind. And yeah, sorry, lost my way for a bit there. Okay, so let's get into it. All right, the problem. This is a pretty standard Remix project. Hopefully you can see that. There are some screens on the side, and I think I can probably zoom in a little more. If that's, is that better? Yeah, okay, cool. Now, this is a standard remix project. I have got a few things, and I'm not going to cover in too much detail because I don't think we'll have enough time, but of course I've got some components. I've gone with the atomic design system for those components. They're very basic, button, panels, title. And the reason why I have done that is because the to-do application is styled. I'll show you that in a second. Got a context just so I know when things are loading, so I can apply that front-end spinner to let my users know that things are happening. Got a few hooks that just do a bit of heavy lifting, focus. I'm pretty sure every React project probably has, in some form, these. Something to help me focus, something to help me reset a form, and a nice little helper to use that context so I don't even really have to think about it. I've got some icons. I'm not going to show you them, but they're just React SVGs. Styles is a single background for the glass effect, and I'm using Tailwind, so you will see styles plastered everywhere in the React code. That may drive some people mad. Doesn't bother me. And just a few little helpers. This is one I'll talk about. So the database in this sample application is a shim. It's a mock, and it's pretty basic. It's, if you're thinking, it looks a little bit like repository pattern, yeah, basically. So we can mostly ignore that. And of course, being a remix app, I have a route. I like to call them pages, but they're technically not. It's a route. Cool. So simple to do. Let's just fire up this. Let's have a look at simple to do. This is simple to do. It's a to-do application that you would have seen 1,000,001 times. It has a few features that you might not have seen, like this cool reset button, and that just resets the state. So if you're playing around and you're like, oh, I'd like to delete that to-do item again, yeah, the reset button's there for you. You can delete a to-do item. You can, of course, edit one, and we might try bath the cat. We all know that's not going to end well. And of course, we can complete one and add one. Give DDD Perth doc. Pretty basic. That's the application that the 3 parts will build and upgrade as we go. All of this source code is on GitHub. All of this source code is also on StatBlitz. It's linked. So if you just want to play around with some of these things but not pull down the source, StatBlitz is your friend. You can VS Code style editor and IDE, command line all in the web browser. And the best way to get a hold of that is MakerX blog. Just find the blog series and it'll have all the links there. Cool. So, simple to do. Let's close this. All right, so let's go back to this route. We can get rid of the project structure. And we'll just, the first part will be a bit longer than the other parts because I just really want to explain Remix and how this works. And I know there's probably some people out in the audience that understand Remix, but there might not be. So I'll just quickly run through that. And thankfully, Remix is a really simple, we can do that. It's not going to be any problem. The first thing I export is the meta. Meta is just a way of changing the title, all that sort of stuff. It's pretty boring, but it's also a problem in typical React apps that you're like, oh, should be so easy, right? But it can be hard. Next, I export a loader. A loader in Remix is what runs to pull data. It runs server-side. That data will end up client-side. It's pretty simple. Remix is built on the fundamentals of the web. So anything that's essentially not a GET, an HTTP verb GET, will run through a loader. So you can think, sorry, an action. A loader is the GET. So anything that's a GET will run through the loader. And it's essentially fetching the data. The action is the opposite. The action handles all the other HTTP verbs. Let's face it, it's probably just going to be post. And that is how we mutate the data, or we do a thing. So as you can see in the loader here, I grab the DB, I filter out the completed and the deleted, and I return that. And if we look at the action, I come in, there's a little bit of a random delay because I want people to be able to see the cool spinner when they're playing around with it. Very important to me that that spinner works. We get some form data. We split off using destructuring the action that we want to perform and the other values. The problem though here is these aren't really typed. When we go object.form entries, we'll see that we get back essentially a JS object that is a property map. The properties may or may not exist. It's not very type safe. But if we switch on the action, then we can do the intended action like reset the DB, we can delete an entry, we can complete, I've obviously optimized, add and edit into an upsert, and I do a little bit of validation. And this validation is happening server-side. And for the first version, I didn't bother doing any client-side validation because Zod and Remix validated form will do all that heavy lifting for me later. I've defined a to-do type, and what I tend to do in my Remix apps is I will just use the type of the loader. There's a little bit of TypeScript stuff here to unwrap everything. Like I get the type of the loader, I then isolate the return type, and then I unwrap the promise, and that gives me the to-do. Now, I could actually use the to-do type from the database, but the reason why I tend to use this type of pattern is inevitably the data we load is going to get more and more. As we build out our application or that part of the application, or we come back to maintain it later, there's going to be, at some point in the future, we're going to be returning more data. And so what that allows me to do is just concentrate on the loader, concentrate on the data, then my type will change and I'll get type errors afterwards. And so that's where I can go through and fix that all up. The other problem is, it's all right. It's all good. It's just a numbers game. No, don't worry about it. It's a numbers game. I don't even know my phone's on silent, to be honest. Nobody call it. Yeah, so that's why I use this pattern, and it does give me a disconnect between that database type and the front end type, and that can be sometimes, you might see that as not being advantageous, but I see it as being a great division, because inevitably when I come along and I load more data, I don't have to fiddle with types. It's all there, ready to go. It's just going to adjust itself. The last thing I export in the Remix route is the component. This is the React part. This is the bit that will run client-side, mostly. I'm not going to get into the specifics, but you can think of it as running client-side. And to do that, once we're in the component, if I want to fetch data from the loader or from the action, there's two hooks that Remix supplies. The first is the use loader data, which gives me the data from the loader, and that'll be my to-dos. The second is the data from the action, use action data. And in this case, the only data I'm turning from my actions is validation errors. So I just wire those into an error box. And I can show you that, if I can work out. You can see my server-side validation there, it just pops up the top, and that is because the data is coming back from the action. The other thing I have in my sample application is I hold state just so I know which to-do item I am editing. I also have a form ref, I've got my focus, a couple of use effects. I'm not going to go through these. These are just wiring up, making the UI work. And of course my loading context so I can have that spinner. I have one more hook here, which is use submit. That is from Remix. And that allows you to submit a form programmatically. And as I move down, you'll see here's all the Tailwind stuff. Here's my action result where I just put that in that red box. I have a form, and that is a Remix form item. And the rest is pretty much just my own TSX stuff and my own components. So as you see here, I've got my glass button. It is just a button with styling already placed on it. What you'll notice though is it's just a submit button. I've got a name for the value of that submit. And so I'm not doing anything that you might see in a traditional React app where I'm running some form of callback, which then initiates some server. I'm just letting Remix take this all. And that's why Remix is built on the fundamentals of the web. It's just using what we used to use before we had all these fancy frameworks just to do all that traffic. Moving on, I render out all the to-dos, and you'll see again, they will be rendered in a form. I have, again, buttons. I do have a checkbox somewhere here, which works a little bit differently, because obviously a checkbox can't also be a submit. So that one, I do have to wire it up client side with JS. Did I get it wrong? No? All good. If I get it wrong, I wouldn't be surprised. Just my understanding. So, and the last but not least is the edit area where obviously if we're not editing, we're adding. If we're editing, we're editing. And again, it's just a form, wiring that up with submits, putting in my action for the upserts. And the reason why I'm doing this is just so I can have all my actions handled in that one route, which I find a little bit more maintainable than having a route per action, which is the other way you can handle that in Remix if you don't want to jump through. If you just want an action handler and handling one action, you would do per route. I like to put it all in the same route because, if you're working on that, nicely just working in one file is fine. If it gets too long, it probably means you need to split it up rather than it's being in the wrong pattern. Okay, so what is the problem here? Well, the problem is, if you haven't picked it up, is we're using strings for everything. And if I change a string, I won't get any form of feedback until I run the application. So if I had actions here, my upsert would no longer work. If I change my upsert to upserts, it would no longer work. Everything on this page currently is by convention. And while I'm 100% compliant with the convention I've laid down, everything will work. And here we go, sorry. Don't want to scroll too fast. But everything will work as advertised. But we know when we're building applications, we're going to have to maintain them, and we're in TypeScript, so we want that type safety. So, part 2, let's adjust the slide here. Remix validated form and Zod. Remix validated form is a validation library that has a few niceties, but basically what it's doing is it's wiring up Zod that we will define server side. I'll show you in a second. And Zod is a type-first schema declaration and validation library. I did not write that down and read that just then. Essentially what it is we can define our type in TypeScript, which is cool because we're defining a shape. Hey, this is what I want my stuff to look like. And then we're getting this validation for free, basically. And we can say, hey, does this data coming in match this shape I've defined? And with Remix validated form, I can, using a little wrapper function of theirs, I can pass that Zod information as a validator into that form. And then I get validation client side, and I don't have to think about it. I don't have to wire anything up. And it's pretty cool. And so let's have a look at that in action. So let's fire this one up. And cool. So this is Zod, and now I'm getting my validation client side. What's interesting is if I turn off JS, I disable that, I will reload the page just for all the skeptics out there. I still get it, but I don't have JS running. So how am I getting client-side validation? Well, it's using also the HTML5 attributes. And what's also interesting with Remix is it continues to work. Not all things, some things. And so it is possible with Remix to build applications that don't run JavaScript. And so if you are, say, developing for the government, that's the only case I can think these days where you might have to develop without JavaScript. Remix is actually a perfectly acceptable choice. Just remember, no client-side scripts. So everything's going to be basic and look like government forms anyway. So maybe not a big deal. But while we're here, if we do reload the page, we'll reset that. Let me clear this and I'll just quickly show you an action here. We can see that the payload is in a very obscure manner. And that's the Remix glue, joining our front end to our back end. And we don't generally have to think about this. But the back end of Remix is a Node.js app running Express and has a plugin for Express, and that's how it works. So you don't have to use the Remix backend. You can use the plugin in your existing Node Express apps. Right, well, let's have a look at Zod. Why did we add a validator? We added a validator because we like things to be valid. I mean, that's our old job, right? Make sure the input's valid. A lot of security holes are because validation errors. So we define our shape with Zod, and if you haven't used Zod before, it can be a little bit prickly to begin with, but if you know TypeScript, it kind of makes all sense. So what I do here is Zod starts with the Z. I define a discriminated union. Because I've got this action value that will discriminate on what the shape will be, I just define it as a discriminated union. And then once I define my discriminated union, I can define all the different shapes. I just need to make sure those shapes are labeled with the appropriate action. And so if we have an upsert action, I now say the shape will also have a description and an ID, but the ID is optional. This is where I put that validation, minimum 2 characters, maximum 50, and that all flowed through to the front end, and I got all that validation in my form. And so it's a fairly, I actually quite like it. I know some people don't like it, but there are other libraries out there that do the same thing in a slightly different way. So there are other options out there. Now, if we look at the action, this is where things start to get interesting because I've got my validator. Now, remember the action is running server-side, so I am using the same validator that I defined up top. I'm running that server-side, and now I get the data, and I get an error. So as that form information comes in, I know if this is valid or not now. I've got some safety around this input that I don't have control over because I have control over the website, but I don't have control over people with dev consoles. So I have to validate both sides. And so once I get past the validation part, I can be assured that the data is in a consistent form that I expect. But more importantly is I and TypeScript will narrow that. So if we're in the upsert, you will see I get those properties from the discriminated union. So now I've got type safety in my action handlers, and because we're in the completed, you'll see that I'm getting an action NID. I no longer have description because that wasn't part of the discriminated union. So I have type safety within my switch statements here. And so that has solved a bit of the problem for me. If I get my switch statement wrong, I get a type error. Perfect. But I am missing one thing at this stage, and that is if I don't declare an action handler, I don't get a type error. And we'll fix that in the third part. Oops. Undo. Perfect. So that's the validator working on the back end, on the server. And now that I've got type information from using that validator, I'm now in the safety of TypeScript, and I've got IntelliSense, and it's a lot more of a robust solution at this stage because I'm starting to get type errors. Not everything is a string. Now, if I scroll down, you will see I've swapped out my remix form with the remix validated form, and I'm passing in the validator. And that's all I had to do to get all that validation on the front end. It's taken over, it knows the shape, it's looking at the inputs, and it, you know, it's a bit of magic, but you know, in all honesty, probably not all that magical. But I'm not going to make it myself, and it's good enough for what I need. There still are a few problems here. We've still got some strings, so we haven't quite made it all the way. But we do have validation, and we are starting to get some type safety. And of course, everything is a validated form. I'm passing in my validator, and it's working nicely. So, these are my run notes, and I have totally not been using them, so I apologize. So part 3, what can we do to make this even more type safe? It's functional. We've got some type safety in there. You might just say, that'll do, call it a day. And you know, if I saw that, I wouldn't really mind. But we can take it a step further. And this is where the pattern part comes in. So far, I've shown you remix, Zod, remix validated form. Now, they're all libraries, but this is where the pattern comes in. This is where we put a little bit of glue together to make this a whole lot better solution and to tighten up those areas where we didn't have type safety. So let's have a look at the validator. It is exactly the same. We don't need to adjust that because this is where we're defining our shape. This is the source of truth. Everything else needs to work off our Zod validator. You could twist that around if you want. Because it's a pattern, you could extract that, and I've made it sort of a dependency of the validator, but you don't have to. But if we go down now, you will see that in my action, I've got a dispatch function. And instead of doing the switch statement now, I'm required to pass in a JS object. And each action of the types I've defined in Zod need to be represented as a property of this JS object, and they need to have a handler. And why I do that is because now I've covered the last remaining hole, which is I cannot forget to define an action handler. So if I don't have an action handler, that whole route is not valid. Cool. That's the last of it. I can prove the other parts work, I promise, okay? So let's have a look at this action handler. What is it doing? And it's actually not all that complicated. There is a fair bit of TypeScript just to manipulate the types and force it into another shape. And that is probably one thing with TypeScript that can get a little bit messy where when you're doing this sort of stuff, you know, you see all this TypeScript. And if you're not used to TypeScript, you might be like, what is that? But I promise you, the more you use TypeScript, the more this becomes second nature. But essentially, all this is doing is taking that Zod schema, extracting the discriminated union values and saying, I want those values to be a property of an object, and each one of those properties must have an action handler, which is what we saw over here. And that's all it's doing. It's just a little bit of TypeScript jumping around. You might be able to make it more simple. That's just what I came up with. And that gives me that nice shape going in, which patches that last bit of type safety. The other thing I do is just put all that form and validation into that dispatch function so that, you know, my action handlers become nice and clean. And I'm one of those people that think that if the cleaner your code is, just the more maintainable it is, because you have to read less, all that sort of stuff. So you'll see here, we've still got the validator, we've still got the form. We've got a few extra things here that aren't technically needed. this one here, the argument could be, hey, why would you be checking that if you've run it through the validator? And the reason for that is because down here I do have a little bit of uncontained script where I'm casting to any, and generally when you cast to any, you're basically saying TypeScript, thanks, but no thanks, I'm on my own here. And so that's why I have it there, just to say, hey, I can cast to any, I can do this safely because I've made sure that's all fine, and my any doesn't escape the dispatch, so I'm actually happy there to say this is type safe. Now, some people might say you can't ever use any, and I just don't think that's realistic. So I use it, but I use any in a very controlled fashion, and I don't let it escape the bounds. So the components together are all TypeScript, and yes, there's one part where I am not being type safe, but I'm being very careful. And in return, I get this really nice dispatch that's very clean. If we compare it to the original, which has got a lot of stuff, I think that's nice. Now, if we continue down, we've still got some more untype safe things. And to fix those, we've got a few more helpers here. One, we've got use dispatch actions, and one we've got use validator fields. And if we go into the use dispatch actions, you can see I'm just creating a proxy object from the type. And I'll explain that in a sec. And the same for the validator fields. I'm creating a proxy object from the type, but I'm doing a few more TypeScript hurdles. And if you don't know what proxy objects are in JS, a colleague of mine, hang on, is he in the audience? Colleague of mine, Turtle. No, a colleague of mine, Tristan Menzel, has written a really good blog post on the MakerX blog site that explains proxy objects in JS. I don't know how to explain them other than they're kind of like an object that's a bit magical and you supply the magic bit. This proxy object simply says anything you say exists, I will give you back as a string. Now, normally you wouldn't say that's type safe, but the reason why it is type safe is because you can only request things to exist that are part of the type safety. So what a proxy object does in this case, if I fields, you'll see that I get the fields that I can use as part of my form elements. Even though if I did this, that would return me the string action, and I could do hello, and that would return me the string hello. But I can't do that because it's saying that's not valid when you're considering the type safety of all this, the TypeScript. And now that I have my dispatch actions and I have my fields, I can wire up these forms in a much more type safe manner. I can say, hey, this is an action, and the value of the action is reset. And I'm using that proxy to generate those values without having to layer down those values anywhere in code. Because TypeScript type information goes away at runtime. So we have to get smart there, and we have to get creative. And the proxy objects, one way I found to do that, could potentially do with CodeGen, but CodeGen's one of those slippery slopes. And so this is my preferred method. But having done that now, we've got type safety in all our forms. And there's no more magical strings. We've cleaned up the dispatcher. Did I run this one? No. And I promise you, it works the same. It's simple to do. Nothing has really changed on the front end. But what we do now have in the back end is a type-safe solution. And if you remember back to when I was talking about the refactoring, I'm at a point now where I can change things. And if I do change things and they don't persist all the way, I will get type safe. I will get type errors to say, hey, you're not quite there. And if you, sorry, I'm not used to touchpads. And so if I was to rename description to task, I didn't use a refactor there just to show what will happen. I can now F2 if you're a WebStorm user and on Mac, I can F2 and see all the places that potentially need to be changed. Well, they do, because we're no longer type safe. And you'll see here, we're also into the fields. And so everywhere. Now, if I did a refactor action, WebStorm would actually pick up most of those. But if I started refactoring from the database, then there's a few disconnects between my types. Namely, my to-do type in the database is different to my to-do type that I've defined for the front end. And so that's when it becomes helpful, because I can start refactoring at the database level, and I can then go, right, where else do I need to, what other things do I need to change to bring it back to a valid solution? And continue on. And then because we're not in that strongly typed setting, I can't just have confidence going to refactor everywhere, but then I can keep going down that chain of like, where else do I need to refactor? What else do I need to fix? And every time the type errors go away, I'm back to a valid solution without having to run it. And that's essentially what this talk's about, building type-safe web forms on Remix. And remember, it's more of a pattern. Don't get caught up in the libraries. And I will remind everybody that all this is available on the web. You can run it in your browser, you can pull it down, run it from GitHub, and of course there's a whole blog series that covers everything I've talked about here that you can work your way through too. And that was Hook's proxy and dispatcher to the rescue, which is why when you make run notes, you should use them. And last but not least, any of those fence sitters who have made their decision, you can, if you want more content, LinkedIn. Anybody interested in art, hit me up on LinkedIn. Why are you laughing? Did you not see I sold one? To your daughter? Client confidentiality is very important to me, so I can't actually reveal that information. But the other thing is, if you visited the MakerX booth, you would have realized that we do a lot of work in the startup and venture space. We are a research and development version of that now, where we come in and we either start our own adventures. That that code you're looking at is from a MakerX product called QRX. But if you've got a startup or a venture, or if you're working in a company and you just want to have a chat, yeah, feel free to hit me up on LinkedIn. No obligations, of course. And that's where we start. Cool.
Couple of minutes, you like to take any questions, just raise your hand.
Yeah, questions? All my work, actually. Let's just go back and yeah, that's bottom left here. That's Royce from MakerX, and the alpacas are from a talk I did. And if you're savvy enough on Google, you might be able to find that. And the sweet jump is actually from a presentation I gave to all the MakerX. Turtles. See, I have no shame. I just don't care. But if you want to buy my artwork, it's there. Sure, shoot.
All right, so I don't need the mic.
One sec, we're live streaming, so you
okay, I need the mic. So one of the things that I always thought was great about, I guess, type-safe functions and objects and all that sort of stuff is that if something doesn't exist, you need to have it. Is there a way for us to check within the HTML that a particular property is being used? Like, so for example, in our switch statement we had before, in our form would have like one action would be delete, and one would them be like, upskirt and a put. But what happens if we don't? It's a bit of a silly one, but it's like when we do our refactoring, one of the things that sometimes we miss is that we deleted, let's say, a particular anchor that would submit the form as a put or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But we completely missed that because it no longer exists. Is there a way to leverage, like Zod or whatever, to make sure that those properties do exist within the HTML?
Yeah, great question. So Once you're in JSX and TSX, it's quite hard because you are in technically a new sort of language area. And to put type safety over all that, I think is probably possible. I just don't think it's going to be practical because you'll end up having to extract everything into very componentized parts and probably increase the maintenance cost of all of it. But it is something that's sorely missed in TSX, and I think it should be, I'm hoping, you know, at some point in the future, as the form libraries that we use in React increase their type safety, there's a bit more pressure on React and TSX to start supporting that. I can't, off the top of my head, think of a way of how you would do that. I think it might be possible. I have to play around, but I'm pretty certain it would not be practical. Once you've got a working solution, be like, cool, we got it working, but we're not using that. That's insane. Yeah.
The only thing I can think of is like you'd have to have like a test that have to run in the background to make sure that all those components exist as a reference to something, and yeah, you'll get very, very expensive.
That's right. Yeah, you could certainly cover that with testing. It would just be better if you could say, my form needs to have these inputs, and it's not valid unless it has that. That would be great. And maybe there's a cool way you could do that in TypeScript. I'm going to leave that to the form library people.
Yeah, I didn't see like 0 lines wrong, which is one of those things, but
Yeah.
That's a read.
No worries. Any more questions? One over here.
Can we take it later? Because it's coffee break time.
Coffee break time.
Thanks, Wade, again.
No worries.